शारदे शारदे मा सरस्वती शारदे मा सरस्वती शारदे सूर्य ब्रह्म शिव विष्णु गजानन जिन चरणों को सेवते सूर्य ब्रह्म शिव विष्णु गजानन जिन चरणों को सेवते हम शिशु है अज्ञानी माता इन चरणों का प्यार दे वीणा पाणी तार दे तार दे तार दे माँ सरस्वती शारदे माँ सरस्वती शारदे पूर्ण ईश अज्ञान उदधि से पूर्ण ईश अज्ञान उदधि से वीणा पाणी तार दे तार दे तार दे माँ सरस्वती शारदे माँ सरस्वती शारदे.
Thank you, Ms. Arunima. Now, may I request Mrs. Shobha, Coordinator and Librarian, JSS Medical College, to present the welcome address.
A very good morning to all of you. Invoking the divine blessings of His Holiness, Dr. Sri Shivaratri Deshikendra Mahaswamiji and Sri Shivaratri Rajendra Mahaswamiji, bowing at the lotus feet of His Holiness, Sri Shivaratri Deshikendra Mahaswamiji, and seeking his divine blessings, I am delighted to welcome Dr. Surinder Singh, Vice Chancellor, JSS HER, Mysore, Professor T.D. Kemparaju, former Vice Chancellor, Bangalore North University, Bengaluru, and Dr. B. Manjunatha, Registrar, JSS HER, Mysuru, Principals, the coordinators, Head and Dean of the constituent colleges and the administrative officers, JSS HER, Mysuru, heads of the departments, librarians of all the sister institutions of JSS MVP, and all the invitees present here. It is indeed a very proud moment for me to welcome everyone to this library workshop on utilization of e-resources and enhancing research visibility, which is being organized by the Library and Information Centers, JSS HER, Mysuru. This workshop will provide an opportunity for us to promote the use of e-learning, enhancing research skills, awareness about e-resources in our libraries, and current technological developments in research fields and channelized developments in research. This workshop is organized by the Department of Library and Information Science, JSS HER, to celebrate the National Library Week from 14th to 20th November 22. This workshop encompasses the detailed aspects of research awareness and effective use of e-resources, enhancing research visibility, research supporting services, utilization of open resources, e-learning resources in health sciences using modern information and research methodology. Now, I'm happy to welcome Dr. Surinder Singh, Vice Chancellor, JSS HER, Mysore. Dr. Surinder Singh took over the charge of Drugs Controller General of India from February 2008 to 2nd November 2011. Dr. Surinder Singh was also the Director of National Institute of Biologicals, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India. Dr. Surinder Singh did his MBBS from Medical College, Jammu in the year 1985 and MD in Microbiology from Medical College, Rohtak, Haryana in the year 1988. He did his senior residency in microbiology from All India Institute of Medical Sciences, New Delhi. I extend a very warm welcome to you, sir. I request Mahendra DG, Librarian, JSS Dental College, to do the honors. We feel encouraged to have amongst us Professor T.V. Kemparaju, the former Vice Chancellor, Bengaluru North University, Bengaluru, who is our chief guest and will deliver the keynote address. I extend a very warm welcome to you, sir. Now I request Somshekhar DN, librarian, JSS Medical College Hospital, Mysuru, to please do the honors. Dr. B. Banjunatha, Registrar, JSS Mysuru, is a person with bubbling enthusiasm, a leader, an administrator, an educator, and a physician by profession, persistently works towards the goals, mission, vision, and the organization structure of JSS. He aids the deemed to be university not only to adapt to changes to accommodate innovation, strategic vision combined with professional skills, expertise in resource management, and credibility with the academic and research community. Dr. B. Manjunatha guides JSS AHER as a transformational leader. Sir, we are very happy for your support and guidance, which has made this workshop possible in a very short period of time. It gave us the needed encouragement in organizing this workshop. I extend a very warm welcome to you, sir. I request Manu Kumar KM, Librarian, School of Life Sciences, Mysuru, to please honor. I now extend a warm welcome to all the heads of constituent colleges of JSS AHER. Dr. Ravindra S., Principal of JSS Dental College and Hospital, Dr. Pramod C.M. Kumar, Principal JSS College of Pharmacy, Mysuru, Dr. Dhanbal, Principal JSS Uti, who is visiting us online. Okay, Dr. Manjunatha HK, the Coordinator, Department of Health System Management Studies, Mysuru, Ravisha K, Head and Dean, SLS Mysuru, Dr. Chandrasekhar, Professor and Head, SLS Uti, and Sir, Dr. Basavanna Gaudappa, we miss you, sir. He is busy, but still, we do welcome you, sir. Dr. C.P. Madhu, Medical Superintendent, JSS Hospital, Dr. Shamprasad Shetty, Deputy Director, JSS Hospital, Dr. G.V. Manjunath, Deputy Director, JSS Hospital, Ashwini P., Department of Microbiology, and Dr. Satish Chandra, our Medical College Administrative Officer. I extend a warm welcome to all the vice principals, administrative officers, head of the departments, the faculties, the research scholars, and the librarians of sister institutions of JSS MVP, and my esteemed colleagues to this library workshop. For the benefit of our fellow colleagues at JSS CP UT, we are airing the live streaming of the proceedings of this workshop. We extend a warm welcome to the CIO team present here, and sincere thanks to Mr. Ravindra, the Chief Information Officer, JSS EHER, and for arranging this live streaming. Lastly, I'm sure this workshop would help understand better the utilization of e-resources and enhancing the research visibility. Wish the workshop all its success. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Light as a symbolic representation for the path that leads us to the wisdom. So let us join to inaugurate this event formally by lighting the lamp. I request all the dignitaries on the dais to kindly join us for the lighting of the lamp. Thank you. May I request Mr. Shailendra Kumar B, Coordinator and Librarian, Jesus College of Pharmacy, Ooty, to introduce our chief guest.
Yeah, good afternoon, one and all. Today I am going to introduce Dr. Kemparaju, former Vice Chancellor, Bangalore North University and Bangalore. Professor and Chairman is Professor and Chairman, Postgraduate Department of Library and Information Science, Bangalore University. Over 12 years is an experience. And Director of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation Board, Bangalore University, over 4 years. Then Directorate on Corresponding Course and Distance Education, Bangalore University, Bangalore, for 3 years is on services. Also Registrar Bangalore University, Bangalore 2012 to 2013. Also Registrar in Mangalore University 2015 to 2016. Also Vice Chancellor in Bangalore University from 2017 to 2021. Also various bodies and chairman and membership committees. Also membership BOA, Board of Appointment. He is also served chairman Bangalore University Statutory Review Committee. Also 10 different committees in constant universities SFU Review Committee also is served. Also he is working on NAC Peer Review Committee, Admission Guideline Drafting Committee, implementation of semester and CBSE scheme at UG and PG level, Indian Science Congress Coordinator, UGC NET program, also RUSA Academic Council in Bangalore University. Also, Dr. Sampath Kumar also is a present serving and direct planning and monitoring evaluation board committee, Tumkur University. He served registrar and dean faculty and science and technology, director college and development council. Deputy registrar also is serving. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I request our esteemed chief guest to kindly address the audience.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ವೇದಿಕೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಸಮಾರಂಭದ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷತೆಯನ್ನು ವಹಿಸಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಗೌರವಾನ್ವಿತ ಕುಲಪತಿಗಳು ಆದಂಥ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಸಿಂಗ್ ಅವರೇ ಮತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮ ಈ JSS ಉನ್ನತ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಮತ್ತು ಸಂಶೋಧನಾ ಕೇಂದ್ರ ಭೀಮ್ರ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯದ ಕುಲಸಚಿವರಾದಂಥ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಮಂಜುನಾಥ್ ಅವರೇ, ವೇದಿಕೆಯ ಮುಂಭಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಆಸೀನರಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂತಹ ನಮ್ಮ JSS ವಿದ್ಯಾಸಂಸ್ಥೆಯ ವಿವಿಧ ಕಾಲೇಜುಗಳ ಪ್ರಾಂಶುಪಾಲರೇ, ಅಧ್ಯಾಪಕ ಮಿತ್ರರೇ, ಹಾಗೂ ಬಹಳ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಈ ಒಂದು ಕಾರ್ಯಾಗಾರಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗಮಿಸಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂತಹ ಮತ್ತು ಈ ಒಂದು ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ವೈದ್ಯಕೀಯ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರಕ್ಕೆ ಅಪಾರವಾದಂತಹ ಕೊಡುಗೆಯನ್ನು ನೀಡುವುದರಲ್ಲಿ ತಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ಯೋಜನೆ ಆಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂತಹ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸಂಶೋಧನಾ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳೇ ಮತ್ತೆ ಸ್ನಾತಕೋತ್ತರ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳೇ and other invitees, ladies and gentlemen. Indeed, I am very happy to associate with this particular program. I understand that this program is going to become a kind of an epoch-making event in the life of any researcher. We know that we are all living in a transition time. It's an age of change. Change is part of life. Everyone wants changes. Everyone likes changes. Everyone wants to enjoy the changes. Nobody dislikes change. If no change, there is no life at all. So, in a changing environment or in a changing situation, how we have to adjust with this environment? You know, in today's society, is characterized by so many things because of these changes. Because no changes take place in vacuum. If changes are happening in the society, something is happening there. So, compared to earlier years, nowadays changes are very fast. It doesn't mean that changes are happening only now. Even in earlier days, there were changes. Now, there are changes. In future also, there will be many changes. The only difference is, in earlier days, the changes were slow, but today, the changes are fast. And from tomorrow onwards, changes will be very, very fast. So in a fast changing society, or in a fast changing environment, in which we are all working, functioning, how we have to carry forward our mission. So today's society, as I mentioned earlier, is characterized by 4 different features. One is, today's society is a knowledge-based society. Information conscious society, I call it. Second one is, today's society is the quality consciousness society. Everyone wants quality. You never accept anything without quality in it. It doesn't mean that quality only in products. Quality in our education also. Why we choose an institution like this? There are so many hundreds and thousands of institutions across the country, across the world. Why we choose a particular institution? Because before joining, we look at its quality. So day by day, the quality is becoming very, very preferable issue. So that is why today's society is a very much quality consciousness society. The third one is a technology-driven society. I need not explain this younger generation how technology has penetrated into every part of human life. We have reached a situation that we can leave anything, but we can't leave the technology. Even a people like us who have crossed 60 plus and above, even to get ready to attend my office, get ready, if my office vehicle is ready. First, I try to search my mobile than searching any other office files. If office files are missing, I send my driver to bring the files to the office. So this is the way how our life is so much associated with a kind of a technology. This is a technology-driven society. The last one, today's society is a competitive society. Competition is the order of the day. Everywhere there is a competition. So in this very competitive society, in the competitive environment, I have to get an opportunity. After getting an opportunity, how I have to survive. Now, survival is not enough, but how I have to succeed. These are the very, very essential challenges in any profession. So we are all living in this kind of a situation. So friends, we are all very blessed to be as Indians. India is one of the most visible country in the world. India is one of the most vibrant nation in the world. The world is looking at India. Why the world is looking at India? What is there in India? Is it because we are the second most largest population country in the world? Is it because we are having so many religions, castes, subcastes, where no country has in the world? Is it because we are the only democratic nation in the world? Or is it because we are having so much of social, cultural diversities, food habits, lifestyles, where no country has in the world? None of these. But what is the specialty of India? What is the strength of India? The strength of India is nothing but you, the youth population. It is the strength of our country. That is the human capital. Perhaps you have read the Human Development Report of 2018 and 19. It states by 2030, nearly about 56.18% of Indian total population belongs to age group of 18 to 28 years. There no country in the world will going to have this kind of a tender youth population. This is a demographic dividend. This is the strength of India. This has to be properly utilized. It has to be properly strengthened. How? It is only through quality education and quality research. So, today education is a highly debating issue. Even after 75 years of independence, just a couple of months back, we have celebrated 75 years of independence. India has achieved in the last 75 years of free India in various fronts: space science, information technology, agriculture. Yes, we achieved self-sufficiency in food and food, and also in various other sectors. But what is in education? What we are hearing through in the education field in our country, even after 75 years of independence, not even a single university figured out of the top 100 universities in the world. What it speaks about? Yes, somewhere more attention has to be given for education. You know, India is a vast country, wider population. You need a strong educational base from primary to higher education. Higher education is one of the very preferred sector. So current GER of in higher education is hardly about 28%. After 75 years of independence, gross enrollment ratio means the number of percentage of students coming to the higher education from lower education to 28%. Our target for 2030 is 50%. The National Education Policy has proposed that from 28 to 50%. How we have to equip our education system. This is one part. With the existing infrastructure in education, in colleges, universities, what we are teaching, what we are training, what India is contributing to the world of research, it is once again a discouragement. There is a voice from the employers. There is a total mismatch between what the colleges and universities are teaching and training and what the industry wants. How to minimize this mismatch, bridge the gap between the market requirements and also our education, teaching, and also training program. So these are the very vital issues where quality and excellence in teaching, learning, and research is the high need of the hour. How to bring quality? Quality will not come on its own. Quality, we have to develop the quality. To come out with qualities, every institution, it requires quality faculty, quality laboratories, quality curriculum, quality policies, and more importantly, the quality library and information support system. The National Education Policy 2020, where the Karnataka is the first state in the country to implement it, with emphasis more on quality in addition to equity, access, and accountability. The area of competition among educational institutions, among the universities, is further growing. Yes, educational infrastructure base has to be widened. That is why our policies are giving a lot of encouragement for the private participation in our education system. There is more than nearly 28 universities, private universities in the country, has evolved just during the last 4 to 5 years. This area also has to be further expand, retaining the quality, maintaining the quality, and also excellence. If you look at our students, it is very difficult to address the requirements of the students, not like earlier days. Current day students, ethnically, radically, they are very diverse. More of IT side. They want to go anywhere through information technology. They want to talk through technologies. They want to write through technologies. They want to learn through technologies. So this is how technology has occupied a very prominent place among our younger generation. And more than that, our students are more vigorous, having a perception as well as the attitude. Having understood about all these things, we have to reposition ourselves. We means we the education policymakers, we the teachers, trainers, we the researchers, we have to reposition, redefine our role, how to go and meet the aspirations of our students. So with these things, research is today's workshop main focus. How to enhance the research visibility. The research is an important component which goes along with education. Mankind has charted progress in different areas thanks to science and technology. Research guide for development in various sectors. The world is the way what it is today. And as a result of all these things, research in every institution sets the hallmark for the development and also increase the visibility of not only the researcher, but also increase the visibility of the college, visibility of the university in which the students are working. In addition to that, research enhances the ranking position of any universities. That is what our accreditation process also demands, that priority for the research as such. So this also has a personal benefit for the faculties as well as the students for their academic progress and also research progress, career development, and contribution to the community building for reputation and also becoming the authority in one's field. Thus, researcher occupies a very significant position in any higher education institutions. So through research, an academic encourages collaboration and also increases institutional visibility. So through a kind of these publications, the output of your research, you need not travel and present your papers in every corner of the world. a publication in a reputed sources or a journals, you can reach the mind of so many people so that you can contact a kind of a connectivity. So research has an impact. What kind of an impact? Why do we research? Why do we need a research? Impact of research is far reaching as it does not stop any institution. Research is a very continuous process because even in the UGC, while granting a permission and affiliation to any higher education institution, from a college to a university, private university or a state university or deemed to be university. So they look at if any institution has the potential, not only in teaching and training, to produce, create knowledge, that institution is eligible for becoming a deemed to be university. The government of India, UGC, the government of Karnataka has recognized the JSS institution as one of the prestigious institutions in the country and contributing its own share to the human development through quality education as well as quality research. So why do we need a research? I need not explain so much what we get out of research. Research per se, it discovers the solutions to the problems, address the issues of the society. If any research is not related to the society, if any research is not addressing the issues of the society, the value of research is not there in it. So that is how it is not only just a creation. Yes, we have reached the situation of knowledge explosion. Uncontrollable quantity of information is available. Almost doubling of information, doubling of knowledge, now once in 4 years. In 2018, it was once in 10 years. In 2015, it is once in 7 years. But now, once in 4 years. And after some years, once in 2 years, it may come back once in a year. So secondly, research always drives for forward progress. It builds your credibility. Establish the identity and visibility of a person and the institution. Research helps to know where I am, what I am, at what level, that is what we are up to against. It helps to reach people so that it helps us to collaborate as well as establish the connectivity. And very importantly, any research for that matter, research not necessarily a scientific research. Research in every field is there. Research is there in humanities, research is there in social science, research is there in even in the fine arts, science, technology, medicine, agriculture, and whatnot. So research has to contribute to increase the quality of life. This is the essence of the research. And lastly, research also helps for a national income. Okay. You just compare what is the geographical area of India? What is the geographical area of Japan? Japan is a very small country, almost the geographical area of Andhra Pradesh, which is one of the states in our country. A small geographical area. In the world today, Japan is strong in technology, strong in creation of innovation, strong in creation of new knowledge. And we, including we are looking at Japan to buy technology and adopt technology to produce various kinds of required products. The national economy of Japan depends on what? The national economy of China depends on what? The national economy of India depends on what? Why I am using the China and India? Because China and India, these are the two strong countries in the area of technology, very particularly information technology. So day by day, Indian national economy, where at the time of independence, it is based on agriculture, GDP, now it is shifted towards industry as well as very much on the technological aspects. This is how research plays a very, very important role. It earns the national economy. So since we all belong to the field of this medical science. Okay, as long as in the auditorium, I also feel that I belong to the field of medical science because medical science is a part of my life. Also. I can't live without the support of medicine. COVID has started a beautiful lesson for us how health is important. The health consciousness is growing very much, very fastly after COVID. Many of the times, we always think twice to stand within a crowd or sit within a crowd. Still, we are not totally out of the COVID, this what is called as a dilemma. Anyway, healthcare research. Okay. This is very, very important. Research is the best and reliable way to understand and act the complexities of various issues that we as human beings are facing, from technology to healthcare to defense and also climate change. Research is the only safe and reliable ways to face our future. Not only does research shapes our brain, but also helps us to understand the various issues of life in a much larger manner, always leaving us the questioning of everything and finding answers for all our needs and the problems. Healthcare research focus on investigating well-defined aspects of physical, mental, and social well-being. The importance of healthcare research cannot be overemphasized, especially it deals with safety and well-being of living organisms, and most importantly, the human life. It is a goal-oriented process that guides the investigators in identifying and solving the health problems. Healthcare research is important in the current times, and the momentum is gaining more and more importance due to the reasons such as improved medical treatment and care, knowledge expansion in medical science, which improves our understanding of healthcare decisions, accuracy and precision, which making the life-changing decisions, because the quality of the decision is based on, or it depends on, the quality of information what the decision maker gets from various sources. Evidence-based practice in medicine. This is also another innovative aspect. It needs current knowledge, promise for moving high-level care, likelihood for producing intended health outcome, benefit for health providers as well as consumers. Knowledge gained from healthcare research has impacted on healthcare practice and making the world safe. So this is how, like any other areas of research, healthcare research is also very, very important segment of science technology, which directly has a relationship with our society. How to find a success in research? So success in any research activity depends on effective research support system, which includes a good research policy. Every institution, every R&D organization has to evolve a good research policy with researcher-friendly guidelines. Good research ecosystem is one of the very, very important things. Then suitable and state-of-the-art laboratories and other supporting infrastructure. Competent, qualified, and research-focused faculty or the supervisors. Vibrant information service support system, ICT infrastructure, and to give all these things adequate funding. So these are the very essential requirements for any researcher, academic research or applied research or field research or any research for that matter. So now the focus of this today's workshop is where the library has lot of other issues which needs to be addressed by way of creating a proper awareness among the users in the library. So how library resources, it may be print or it may be digital or whatever it may be. That library component also has a very, very valuable input to make research, to bring quality and excellence in research through their knowledge resources, that is called e-resources. How these e-resources will going to be helpful, and to make this one more useful, how it has to be utilized to enhance the visibility of the research. That part I will going to take in the later session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. You have laid the foundation stone for this workshop, which is going to be for 3 days, and it is going to emphasize on research and utilization of the right resources. Thank you very much, sir. May I request now Dr. B. Manjunatha, Registrar JSSA HER Mysuru, to kindly address the gathering.
A very good morning to one and all. Seeking the blessings of His Holiness Swamiji, Honorable Vice Chancellor, JSCHR, Dr. Surendra Singh, Professor T.D. Kemparaju, Honorable former Vice Chancellor, Bangalore North University, dignitaries of the dais, librarians from various institutions of JSS Mahavidyapita, and delegates. I think this is a wonderful opportunity for all of you, including librarians, the staff, delegates, research scholar delegates, student delegates, to be a part of this workshop, where the topics are selected in such a way that it is useful to one and all. One area I would like to request all or suggest to the librarians is that you should develop special skill sets or knowledge in such a way that the students, staff, research scholars approach you to this area, which what is there. So you should be able to suggest them alternatives. So there are 3 more textbooks other than this. There are other resources, e-resources in this area. In applied aspects, this textbook is strong. Dental implants, this is strong. In case of drug discovery, this area, this e-resource is very good. In case of life sciences or HSMS, those areas, or in whichever subject you are there, whether it is humanities, law, wherever, some guidance you should be able to give so that they approach you and see that they get value addition from your side. So this again depends on your communication skill, that is there one, and your knowledge. Without knowledge, you cannot communicate. So this small nuances if you develop, definitely your library will go a step higher. You will be not only librarians, you will be teachers, guide for all of them. So this is very much required in today's world, whether it is the hard copy or e-resource, whichever is the resource. And as I was mentioning you, the topics are very interesting and each and every topic has been chosen. I request all the delegates to make use of this opportunity, listen to the experts so that you will adapt it in your own, whether it is you are a UG student, PG student, research scholar, even staff, because staff require various resources for teaching. It is not that one textbook because student has access to that. This workshop definitely will be a path-breaking event for all of us. I think I wish this event all the success, and I thank all the librarians. I could see the team coming together and doing the work very unitedly. Many more such workshops are expected from your side. All the very best. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Now, may I request the president of this today's event, Dr. Surendra Singh, Vice Chancellor, JSCHR, to kindly address the gathering.
Good morning to all of you. At the outset, I offer my respectful pranams to the lotus feet of His Holiness Honorable Chancellor of GSS Academy of Higher Education Research, and I extend my very warm greetings to our chief guest for today's program, Professor T.D. Kamparajuji, the former Vice Chancellor, Bengaluru University. I thank him for sparing his time and being with us. And he's one of the most eminent experts on this topic. And I think we have already heard him speak on this topic, and we'll be listening more to him about also. I extend warm greetings to Dr. B. Manjunatha, Registrar, GSS Academy of Higher Education Research, who is the key person who has been pivotal in organizing this workshop for the benefit of all our faculty, our staff, students, research scholars. As already has been mentioned, we have got a galaxy of resource persons who will be speaking on these various subjects which are very relevant to this workshop. And we have got a galaxy of eminent experts. And I thank each one of them, whether it's Professor T.D. Kamparajuji sir, who is over here with us today, and other speakers, Dr. B.T. Samta Kumar, Dr. R. Ramaraj Urj, Dr. Prahlad Gururaj, Tadasad, Dr. Sunil MV, Dr. Rupesh Kumar. This is why it is just to mention the names is that we have got a galaxy of these experts who are going to be basically talking, touching upon the various topics during this 3 days workshop. Basically, this workshop has been conceived with the idea that now after the COVID pandemic, there has been a paradigm shift in our entire education system, which is there. And in this e-resources management and using these e-resources becomes very, very important in today's scenario. Basically, if we want to enhance our research experience for our both students, faculty, and also for our research scholars. And this workshop is in the right direction, and I'm very happy and proud to be part of it. And for this, what I would like to add from my side is for this workshop is that our authorities, right from His Holiness Swamiji and all our authorities, they have been very supportive of providing excellent infrastructure as far as the library is concerned, and all facilities are being extended. But it is very pertinent for each one of us to make the best use of it. And I appreciate all the librarians who are associated with this, organizing this workshop, and who are a part of it. And I feel that the energy and the dynamism and the enthusiasm which is being shown by this new breed of librarians who is there with us, I think this is very much appreciative. I've been taking feedback from various sources, and what I feel the librarians whom we have in position, including all the coordinators, starting from Mrs. Shobha SC and down the line to all the institutions which are there, they're showing a lot of enthusiasm, and they've got a lot of drive to learn, to see how these services can be provided in a better manner to the students. And I think from our university side, we'll extend them all the support. So my congratulations to all the librarians, and I look forward to their very active participation in 3 days workshop. And as has been mentioned by our chief guest, sir, they should try to see that how they can improve their skill subsets, because ultimately each one of us, starting from the vice chancellor down to the line, we are here for one key area, that is our students. Our students should get the best library facilities and also the best library experience also. But as our chief guest had a word of caution also, I was just on the sidelines, we were discussing, the students should not only become dependent upon internet and e-resources also, they should also make it to physically visit the library also, because to see that the information which is being accessed by them is validated and authentic also, because internet is still to go a long way to see that the quality of information which is coming is without any some sort of apprehension about it. What I look forward from my side for the librarians, I would start first, is that from this workshop, I would like to listen to them after this workshop is over, that how we can have a seamless integration of all the libraries, and how we can see because see, we are all working in silos. But now when we are talking of multidisciplinary research, multidisciplinary and interdisciplinary research is going to happen, then students working in pharmacy, they would like to access library in a medical college, or they would like to access library in the hospital itself. So how we can have a seamless integration so that students get a hassle-free environment to work with. They are not made to run around for looking for information. Because nowadays, I think it's very important that we provide the best of the services to the students, and they don't have to basically worry much that where to look for the information and how to go about it. So it is job of the librarians to see to it that this issue is addressed. And next thing which I would like to add is that we are on a basically working on a 360-degree at our JSSHR, so that all the elements which are required for its various activities are strengthened. Why I'm saying so is just last week I was in Indonesia, Jakarta, to attend a QS World University Ranking meet over there. It was a Asian summit which was there. And what we find is, though we have got lots of IITs, we got a top of the line institutions like Indian Institute of Science, which is there. We have got the Indians, and we boast about it, at the top of helm of affairs of all the organizations in the world at the global level, whether it is still now up to Twitter, or it is Microsoft, or any organization which you name. There are Indians over there. That means our universities, our organizations have done very well. But when you look at the global ranking, we are nowhere. When I went there, it was surprising that amongst the top 50, there is no Indian university. And the host, Indonesia University, it is amongst the top 10. And here we think that we are best in the world. So that means there is something missing. A gap is there in our education system. If we have to compete globally, you see, individuals competing globally and rise to the helms of the players is something different. But the universities, education system itself, measuring up to the global standards, that is something very different. So why this is happening is because we are still not in line with the 360-degree approach, which is there required at the global level. We are mainly focusing on one thing, is that is teaching and learning experience. That is our key drive, which is there in our entire academia. But other areas of academia which are there, we are left out with that. And this workshop itself is one of the steps to it, because every small step leads to the reputation being built for the universities and for the organization. So that's why these workshops are very important, and they are part of the 360-degree approach. And I'm going to engage with the officers of our university to see to it that JSSHR on its own tries to be amongst the top 100, or at least amongst the top 50 universities, both in Asia and at the global level also we figure in the World University Ranking. It's not that we don't figure, we figure. Amongst the Indian universities, we are amongst the very few universities which are figuring in the Asian ranking of QS. We are amongst the top 350 universities as far as Asia is concerned, but that should not satisfy us. Other universities are not there, let me tell you. Just we are second in India to be there in QS Asia ranking. But I think that should not satisfy, because when I went and saw Indonesia, then I found that, and we visited Indonesian facilities also. What surprised me is infrastructure wise, we got everything. We got people who are very intelligent, very smart, very hardworking. But then one thing which is lacking is we don't have the right strategy. And why we don't have the right strategy? Because we don't have the right insight what is to be required, where we need to focus our energy in that. And that is one area I'll be focusing upon this, because why I'm telling you all this is there are students with us. They have got a very important role to play in ranking. We have got a faculty with us, and now we've got the librarians with us. Each one of us has to join hand, and each one is a very, very important and integral part of it. Now coming to one more thing which I would like to tell you is that as far as the library is concerned, I think the most powerful weapon which you have got in your hand, that is a smartphone. It's like anytime, anywhere. So a lot of the information which is there in the libraries, you can access on your smartphone. And it is said that the biggest discovery and the invention, I would say rather invention, which has happened over last 200 years, there was actually a global voting for it, that what is the biggest invention which has happened over last 200 years. And the votes, all of them, they went to smartphone, because smartphone is the biggest invention which has happened. It is your office in your hand. It's your library in your hand. So it has made the world almost seamlessly integrated. To make use of the smartphone in this, how smartphone can be accessed by the students, by the researchers, so they can have all the information and access to all the resources which are lying in our library. How that can be done, how they can be done. So this is what I would be looking forward to this workshop. And usually the practice with me is that if we do anything, we should always see that what has been its impact. So what I would be looking forward from my side as a vice chancellor of this university is, especially from the organizers and the coordinators of all the libraries, is the recommendations at the end of this workshop. What are their recommendations? What is the way forward? Where they look forward themselves next year? When we have the workshop next year, then where we are at the moment. So that is an impact assessment with all the milestones and the roadmap. That is what I would think is should be the outcome of this workshop. And from our side, from our university side, I can assure you that, and from the authority side, we'll extend you the full support in implementing whatever recommendations are there. So with these words, I once again appreciate all the librarians for all the effort which has been put up by them. And because of their enthusiasm, I also feel very encouraged. I was basically, when I heard it, I was a bit pleasantly surprised that our this librarians are showing newfound enthusiasm, which is there, which is very, very heartening. So with these words, wish you all the best, good luck. And from my side, if there is anything from the university side, please feel free to get in touch with our registrar or with me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Your support and motivation is the key factor for every success of the event. Thank you so much. Now I request Mrs. Sulakshana, HV, Coordinator and Librarian, Jesus College of Pharmacy, Mysuru, to present the vote of thanks.
ಸುತ್ತೂರು ಜಗದ್ಗುರು ಶ್ರೀ 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 ಶಿವರಾತ್ರಿ ದೇಶಿಕೇಂದ್ರ ಮಹಾಸ್ವಾಮೀಜಿಗಳ ಪಾದಕಮಲಗಳಿಗೆ ನಮಸ್ಕರಿಸುತ್ತಾ, ಗುಡ್ ಮಾರ್ನಿಂಗ್ ಟು ಒನ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಆಲ್. ಐ ಟೇಕ್ it as my privilege to propose vote of thanks on behalf of JSS AHER Library and Information Center and acknowledging the contributions of all those who made this event possible. I take this opportunity to express gratitude to the Honorable Vice Chancellor Dr. Surendra Singh sir for his enlightening thoughts and advice, and I am sure we will have his constant support and encouragement in all our future endeavors. Thank you, sir. I heartily thank the chief guest and keynote speaker, Professor T.D. Kemparaju sir, former Vice Chancellor of Bangalore North University, Bangalore, for enlightening us with path-breaking ideas in touching new fortunates of library science and technology. Thank you, sir. I extend heartily vote of thanks to our convener and registrar, Dr. Manjunath sir, JSS AHER Mysuru, for his support and thorough guidance in seeing this program is a reality. Thank you, sir. I would like thanks to our Dean Research, Dr. Prashant Vishwanath sir, JSS AHER Mysuru. I extend a sincere and special thanks to our respected principals, vice principals, heads, coordinators, and all staff members of Constitute College of JSS AHER Mysuru for their support and being a cast salute. It's stimulating us to do our best. I would like to thank to resource person Dr. V.T. Sampath Kumar sir, Professor, Tumkur University, Tumkuru, for his inspiring presence, support, and guidance. Our sincere gratitude goes out to all participants who made this event a success. Last but not the least, a big thanks to each one of you who made the inaugural function memorable. Thank you, one and all. Have a great day.
Thank you for all of you to joining us for the inaugural event. I thank all the dignitaries also. There is a tea which has been arranged just outside the auditorium. Please, all of you can have tea And those participants for registration is yet to happen. You can complete your registration process. And I request all the participants to come back to the auditorium by 12 o'clock. Thank you all.
Camera అందులో చూడు.
ఇంకొక ఊరు ఉంటుంది చెప్పులు వేసుకొని పోతు చీర కట్టుకుని బ్యాగ్ వేసుకొని ఇంకో చదివారు దీపాలు కాలుస్తుంది
Please welcome, sir.
Close mouth. So once again, good morning to you all. ಮತ್ತೊಮ್ಮೆ ಪರಮ ಪೂಜ್ಯ ಸ್ವಾಮೀಜಿಯವರ ಆಶೀರ್ವಾದಗಳೊಂದಿಗೆ ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಮುಂದುವರಿದ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮವಾದಂತಹ keynote presentation. What I am presenting is prepared in such a way that both who are using the e-resources and also the librarians whose responsibility is to provide education, training, and also awareness among the users, particularly the researchers and also postgraduate, undergraduate students, how the e-resources are helpful to them for their academic advantage, and also for the postgraduate as well as the research PhD students, how they can effectively pursue and complete their research programs very successfully. I feel it is a right occasion to share a few concepts what there in the public domain and also reported in the medias about research. So a critical analysis, critical observations are reported in the media about how the universities research output in the form of PhD degrees or MPhil degrees are coming out. And once the student has completed the PhD program or MPhil program or MD program or MS program through their projects, what is the level of his knowledge? So to testify this, UGC and Indian Council of Medical Research has brought out some reforms where a PhD students, before submitting the thesis or at the time of submitting the thesis, they have to compulsorily publish 2 papers based on the research work, what he or she has done. But very unfortunately, what's happening? We have to publish in your own discipline journals. So here, the publishers, overnight, so many journals have been started. And these journal publishers, they have started to publish all the rubbish things, whatever you give. They are going to charge 10,000 rupees to publish an article in their journals. So after knowing this kind of plagiarism is taking place, malpractices taking place, and research needs to be a kind of an ethics. In all our research work, we declare that this is the original work. This one is carried out by me, and this research work has not carried out by anybody.
for the award of any degree or any kind of certificate. Bypassing all these kind of ethical issues, if you take and copy and publish the same thing, so where is the quality of research? This is the first reform what you said, and the latest UGC PhD regulation says that they have scrapped this publication of 2 papers. So from today onwards, there is no need to publish 2 papers, because with what intention they did, so the purpose is not served. People are making use of the negative means for the purpose of achieving that. So if you just produce an article which is not your research, it is not a truth in it, then where is the value for kind of a research? So the research needs to be tested and verified and authenticated. If there is no honesty, there is no integrity with the researcher and the research guide, then you cannot, it is very difficult to expect that. That is the reasons why several countries are lagging behind to show their visibility. If you look at where is the country's position in the research output, how many articles have been published in the top 100 first rank journals, top 100 rank journals, how many articles have been published? So that is how public are also under a different dilemma. There are 2 opinions, so that accepting our degrees are not in a good mood by the public. For example, even if you take general degrees, many of the companies, many of the organizations, even though a student appeared examination every semester, successfully completed, got the marks card, and you go for any application, every company put it for their own written test, written examination. Why one more written examination? Where the student has already appeared in the 3-year degree course, 6 examinations, 4-year degree course, 8 examinations. Valuation has been done, pass card has been given. Still there is a doubt among the employers whether the degrees awarded by the university is valid or not, or simply giving the degrees. And because of these things, the public opinion is becoming very, very negative even for the research also. So that is why before accepting any thesis for awarding a degree or for evaluation, it has to undergo a kind of a plagiarism check, putting about 10 to minimum of 10%, 20%, 25% plagiarism check is there. So these are all the some kind of measures which are coming out to increase the quality and also to build up a trust among the public. So having said that, okay, how to bring in quality in our research work? Research means not necessarily a doctoral level research or postdoctoral level research. Even preparation of a good assignment is a one kind of research. How to prepare an assignment? Okay, not take the photocopy of the previous year batch students and submitting the same kind of an assessment. Now, to write a good assignment, you require an application of an investigative approach. You have to read so many sources. You have to collect from so many sources related to the title of your assignment or your seminar paper. A good seminar paper is also based on your research. Studying, making a literature review, make references, collect the information from various sources. Once information is collected, organize that collected information in proper sequence, writing the introduction, the scope, the objectives, the analysis of data, then finally conclusions, references, bibliography. So all these things are all part of a research. So like that, in building and also in creating a good quality research, how laboratory will support you to make an experimentation, how research guide is important to guide the candidate. So how to carry forward the activities, how to collect the data, how to analyze the data, and equally important is to give a knowledge support system by the libraries. So like that, libraries are one of the essential support system for increasing the quality as well as excellence. I said in the beginning that changes are taking place in all walks of life. Libraries are also not an exception. The appearance of libraries are changing. The work culture of libraries are changing. And these kind of a changes has happened because of the striking force of technologies. Earlier, what we say, if a library means where there is a printed books are there, books are arranged, good shelves, then reading area is there, then we call it as a library. If no books, we doesn't call it as a library. Even in a bookshop, there are books are there. We will not call it as a library. Because in bookshop, where you are not allowed to read, but you are allowed to purchase. But in library, where we will not permit you to take out with the permission, and we are allowed to read it. So like that, so the libraries characters are changing. In future, libraries will be there, books are not visible, but the same knowledge, same kind of books are there in different form. This is a kind of an evolution of the libraries because of these technologies. Now the libraries are moving from print technology to a non-print digital documents. This is a kind of a new transformation. So print libraries, then we move to the automated libraries. Now we are in this situation, our current stage is electronic, virtual, digital, or whatever you call it as. The reason for the evolution of these type of libraries is the information technologies, particularly the internet and also digital publishing has created a revolution in publishing of documents in all these types of informations. Okay, the changes and challenges for first part of librarianship, second part, how researchers can take the advantage of these digital resources. One thing is that developments in information technologies, continuous changes are taking place. Technology of today will not be the technology of tomorrow. Even if you look at our own mobiles, 3 years back, what kind of mobiles we are using? Now, what kind of mobiles we are using? After 2 years, after 1 year, we are keep on changing our mobiles as per the changes in the technologies. So similarly, the ICT is applicable to libraries, the storage technology, software technology, search engines, these are changing. There are changes in the developments of the internet and social media. So social media today is becoming one of the most effective media. Through technology, users want to enter into the library. The days are gone. Earlier, to go to the library, to visit a library, to read in the library, you have to travel to the library. But now, you need not come to the libraries. We have to take the library near the doorstep of user. The user sitting at his home, he can enter into any library in the world. Even if you go to this National Medical Library, Washington, by sitting in JSS campus, you can search any books. You can access to any resources. This is the way technology has helped. So otherwise, researchers in 1970s, 1980s, they have to make a travel to visit the libraries from one place to another place. But technologies, they have brought the libraries around the world near to the doorstep of libraries. This is the beauty of the communication technologies, the internet and social media. So like that graphic technologies, that is a digital, audio, video resources, where the printed version gradually is closing down and it is transformed into a digital documents. So in future, the books in the library, not in a print version, but more of in the non-print version. Then increase in the use of digital content. Okay. If there is a rise in the digital documents, our users, our customers, that is the students, researchers, They prefer to use digital documents more than the printed documents. Rising interest on e-books, rising interest on e-periodicals, e-journals, e-reports, whatever you call it as. The third point is access to published information. Earlier, whatever available in the library, that in your library, they know that much only is available to you. But now your library can help you from any library in the world. This is how some limited access to the wider access, local access to the global access. And the physical medium, what I mentioned, change from print to digital, analog to digital. So digital content is more dominant, like the digital transformation. It leads to increasing efficiency of your library and also your research work. Now coming to the point where I stopped in the morning session, in the inaugural speech, your resources. What is these e-resources? The e-resources is nothing but the same document available in electronic form. The books are there, printed document, the same document is available in electronic form. Print journals in electronic form. Theses, dissertations, reports, whatever you call it as. So the technology has changed the outlook of libraries, work culture of libraries, and e-publishing, which is one of the most revolutionary areas, they are leading to the publication of e-resources. This has resulted in the transformation of the shift in the evolution of new generation libraries. That is, new generation libraries with the digital content. That is, it may be called as a virtual library or electronic library. So these are some of the things are the types of e-resources available in your library. Hope many of you have used it, seen it, observed it, like e-books, e-journals, e-databases, web app, e-thesis, e-reports, content portals, web pages, magazines, World Wide Web. So these may be in addition to some of the documents available in the print form also. So these kinds of these resources are becoming more and more popular day by day. There is an increasing trend of popularity among the users, and they become the integral part of our library collections. So that is why libraries, they are giving major percentage of their budget is spending on e-resources. And e-resources are the powerful tools for providing the timely information access and delivery to meet the needs of the users. Okay. What are the benefits compared to the print resources of the electronic resources? E-resources have very commendable advantages. One is the increased access to a new courses or the new resources. So access is widened through these electronic resources. Instant multiple use. If it's a printed document is available, if one user is using the document, others cannot use it unless he finishes and return it. But in the same document in electronic form, hundreds and thousands of people simultaneously at the same time, they can use it and they can also refer it. This is the advantage of e-resource. There is no need to own nowadays. So every library need not purchase everything, but they can get everything. For example, if you want certain e-resources for 3 months period, you can buy or purchase for 3 months period. Or 6 months period, you can buy it. You need only for reference purpose, you can get it for reference purpose. You need it for downloading that one, you can have the downloading provisions also. So like that, what is required for in this new e-resource environment, the library should have a access potential. Technology is required to access it as well as the use it. So that is how a shift from ownership to access potential is the need of the libraries. And also this one regular updating. For example, is one document title is there. It is edition number 3. And next edition, edition number 4 takes nearly about, if it's a print version, more time it takes, almost a year, 2 years, something like that. But in electronic version, if the edition number 1 is today, And also within the next week, a new edition can be put into the market and put into the hands of the user. So this is how updating is very regular, very fast, so that the users can have the advantage of knowing what are the new ideas, new knowledge has been reported there. To help for conservation, storage is not a problem, space is not a problem in the libraries. If it's a printed documents, you have to plan for a space to keep it on the shelf. Your library full of racks of all types of documents. And also to increase the productivity and better use, to support e-learning, that is called online learning also, flexible and consistent access to scholarly literature. So libraries now is a kind of democratic institutions. A democracy means it is for all. So here also library, you can see the spirit of democracies. What Ranganathan said in his first law of library science, books for use or information for use. Any user can have any access to information. Libraries are more trusted sources of information. It is believable. Anything available in the library is trustworthy. Because before adding any document, whether it's a print or the electronic, to our library collections, it will be verified whether it is useful for our students, to what extent it is useful, who has written that one, the author is authoritative, and also normally it is recommended by the experts in your own subject, whether your faculty. So they will recommend the requirement of this. That is why libraries will not going to keep any document, any kind of information which is not worthy in its character. So that is why there is a difference between what is internet and libraries. Internet is untrusty, but library is more of trusty in characters. So libraries have their own advantages towards education and research, which will enrich the knowledge and help others to grow. Library gives everything to others. Whatever is there in the library, librarian will not going to read everything. Whatever he purchases, acquires, develops, he gives back to all the users. So develop human intellect through teaching and learning. So like that, libraries provide a competitive advantage for the colleges as well as the universities. If you develop these kinds of e-resources, electronic documents, electronic reports, electronic references, theses, dissertations, just acquiring, purchasing is not enough. But what is important is, their use is important. If the book remain idle on the shelf, it is not only waste of cost, but it is a waste of space, waste of manpower, what we put in for managing that one. So that is when every document put to use. That is what the first law of library science says. Books are for use. So to become useful, we have to tell the users, we have to promote, we have to create awareness among the users, what is available in the libraries. So this requires where libraries are the part of the university, whose primary goal is to support the universities, whether it is academic, research, publication, administration, whatever it is. They ensure to achieve the objectives by providing easy and convenient, timely access to information support for all the things. What information? Information should be the right information. It should be given into the user at the right time, at the right user. Right information to the right user at the right time. Then only the value of information or value of document or value of e-resources becomes useful. Because if we do not help our users in the libraries to get the information, use the information in proper time, the information may lose its value, may lose its significance. Because at the same speed, the information, new information is generating. The information of today may not be the information of tomorrow. Any information become outdated, we should bring it to the notice of the users. Then only the information becomes more useful. For that one, there is a new initiatives in e-resources to access as well as the use. The first thing is that there are a lot of developments in the consortia network initiatives. In your own medical field also, there are so many digital resource consortia, print resource consortia, database consortia. For example, UGC InflipNet, CSIRNet, HeliNet, it is Health Information Network. This is by Rajiv Gandhi University, where all the universities or medical college libraries have network. So you can have an access to that kind of a network. Eshoda Sindhu, this is of UGC. There is a journal store, JGate, Taylor and Francis. Then Medline Plus, Web of Science, Delnet Medical Journals. This is another one of the important the consortia where you can get any information in the field of medical sciences, medical literature. And PubMed, National Medical Library, ERMET, which contains the lot of resources such as the education resources in medical literature. These are all the available consortia facilities where we have to create awareness among the researchers. Many of the researchers are not aware of it, but it is the responsibility of the researchers to know, understand, and use it. If the users are not aware of it, it is the responsibility of the librarians to periodically organize some kind of the workshop or seminars and what these, for example, what the HeliNet contains, what type of e-resources are available, how it is available, in what disciplines are available, whether it is a physiology or medicine or in the field of pharmacy or in the field of surgery or pediatrics or geriatrics. In all the fields, a lot of literature is there. So that creating awareness, first and the foremost important responsibility, then only these resources can be effectively utilized. Then publishers, product as well as the services. A number of commercial publishers who are specialized in publishing databases, so many other type of products, they will give you a facility to browse it. You can subscribe. A college library or university library of medicine or pharmacy or nursing or paramedical sciences, they can access, subscribe, and use it. If you don't want for a complete purpose, you can use it for browsing or referencing, or if you want download it, provisions for download it, then you can have a negotiation with the product producer or publisher, e-publishers, where they can provide you a number of facilities, number of resource of access to that. So these e-resources requires a kind of a licensing agreement. If you want for 1 month, you can take it for 1 month. Okay. If you want for 6 months, you can take it for 6 months. Because some of the journals are very specialized, required for only 1 or 2 people. But for that one, you can't able to subscribe for whole, spending lakhs of rupees. So then you can such kind of occasions where you can get it on a licensed basis from the publishers. And this also requires a management strategies. And the other one, which is the most popular one today, that is open access movement and open access policy. Open access is another commendable movement for information access and information deliveries. Earlier days, the libraries are very conservative. They don't want to disclose what they are having. Even to give services to others, access to others, it is not easy. But today, all the libraries are becoming a kind of an open. So in up to 1990s, there was no entry for libraries, particularly in the defense area, space science, DRDO, National Aeronautical Laboratories. It is very difficult to enter into that campus because of the national security and all the things. But nowadays, what is the technologies? Because of the technological benefits and advantages, now they themselves are putting in their website. These are the resources are available with us. The people can make use of it. So this is a way of the benefits of e-resources, benefits of the technologies. Then development of institutional repositories. Every institution, they can create their own repositories. Maybe articles, or maybe research, or any other type of the publications, what is there. Even JSS can have their own type of institutional repositories. Every college can have their own type of resources. These kind of movement, institutional repositories, they have come because of this open access movement. Website becoming one of the effective tool or a channel to tell others what we have. And latest one, it is under consideration. That is one nation and one subscription. This is the Government of India proposal. All libraries in India need not spend money. From Government of India alone, we're going to have one subscription, give it to all the persons and all the citizens of this country. This is a kind of an excellent move. So where the Government of India has taken one nation, one subscription. A subscription means acquiring the resources. Then optimum utilization of e-resources. This is the theme of this today's workshop. Part of it, what I mentioned, creating awareness, make our researchers to understand what is available with us, what is available outside. So you look at the tendency of the researcher. Here in this audience, both the researchers are there and also the librarians are there. What the librarian should understand? The librarian should understand what exactly needs and requirement of the researchers or the student. What the students are understood, the student has to understand whether the library has the required information, resources for my academic success or for my research success. Every researcher's main objective is to see his or her research work shall be completed on time. This is his objective. Whether it is a PG project, whether it is a research project, whether it is a PhD or whatever it is. So is the primary objective in a given span of time, a researcher want to complete the project or the complete the research. And second one, his research output shall be published. When to be published? Published right in time. If you did research today, completed research today, if you publish it next year, then your research output become totally outdated. So right on time, he has to publish. This is objectives. Where to publish? The right source. Which is the right source? That is the right journal. Which is the right journal? The journal which has been used by the larger audience in the world. Then only you are visible there. Then only your work is visible. Your research output is visible. So this is the objective of researcher. Hence, the library and information centers, your responsibility to go to the support of the researcher, help the researcher and play an important role in supporting the efforts of the researcher in this endeavor. How to increase the use? Optimum utilization of e-resources. What kind of strategies, what kind of actions? First one is awareness among the users. So how to create awareness? Today, tomorrow, and day after tomorrow. This activity will be there. You have to create awareness. So number of sessions, number of demos, exhibitions, you can use it for the purpose of creating the awareness. Education and training program through workshop. That is the objective of this today's workshop for the student and researchers. Not giving the lectures, okay, but you train them with the physical practice, hands-on practice. That is important. Training will increase the confidence level of the users. So how to search? How to locate? Anybody can search any information according to their choice. But even if you go for a Google on a particular concept, if you type it, thousands of things will appear on the screen. Now the question is, or the problem is, which one to select, which one to reject. So how much of time you have to spend to filter that information? But if you search the information with the proper words, then you get correct information. So this kind of an awareness required for our researchers, because researchers are different levels. There are researchers who just started the research. There are researchers who are in the middle of their research work. There are researchers who are end of their research work. But the information requirement of all these three people is vary from one person to another person. The information requirement of a researcher who are in the beginning stage will not be the same as the middle stage as well as in the end stage. So here, the libraries or the librarians have to understood what level of researchers are there. So we have to customize our services, customize our products, customize our training program according to their needs. There are a number of methods of it. So here I just listed the conventional methods, personally attending them and also training them, and also arranging 1 day, 2 days orientation programs. It may be online orientation or maybe offline orientation, workshop, what we are doing today, interactive sessions, one-to-one interactions or one-to-group. And also you can distribute the print and distribute the brochures where the researchers can read and understand, they can follow it up. Then audio video promotion and developments. Then modern methods, Web 2.0, RSS alert services, blogs, wikis, social media, mobile apps. The technology is there so that the libraries can make use of it. Users can also get a connectivity with the library through any of these technological devices. Then special training. If there are any special electronic resources, then you can have a special training in access, search, and retrieval. Then third one is, in addition to librarians, faculty research supervisor involvement is important. The guide or the teacher should tell the students, these resources are the first level resources, preferable resources where you have to read it. If the teacher doesn't tell, then the student will not going to use it. So that teachers are also to be equipped about this availability of resources. Then in turn, it will go in impact on the students. Students also will going to make use of it. So then only it is possible for the purpose of the utilization of the resources. Then proactive approach by university or institution toward developing sustainable research ecosystem. This is very, very important. Whatever we talk about research, philosophically, theoretically, etc., in any college or a university, if there is no proper research ecosystem, there is no effective use of library or laboratory or any resources. This is what the new National Education Policy 2020, they suggest. Education should be embedded with research. Till now, what we are talking, when the research starts only after PG or maximum at the level of PG as a dissertation or a project work. But now, research should start from undergraduate level itself. So then only you can create a culture of research. But very unfortunately, at the higher education, there is no good approach. Our kids are doing research. So you see that there are some projects was given. You see the name itself, project. First standard, second standard kids talks about project. My ma'am has given a project. Okay. You see how the culture and also the vision towards research. Then we have to provide an internet. Then we have to help our kid to search, okay, to collect it, how much to collect it. Then the kid has to write systematically and submit that project to. But we never used to do in our BSc or BCom or any other things like that. We never used to do our even assignments also. Copy the assignment, give the same assignment. Okay. So this is when the lower level, this kind of things are emerging. So at the higher education level, we require to that. So that is why new education policy has recommended that research is a continuous one. It's not one-time activity. It is a continuous process, not necessarily after post-graduation or at the post-graduation. It should at the graduation level itself, the research culture has to be developed. And the last one is dedicated library use environment. Your library should be user-friendly. You should create a library or establish a library with a good environment. You see that users should feel to spend some more time by sitting in the library. Because library is a beautiful place. Because it is the only place where you can find silence. Nowhere you can find silence. In anywhere any silence is there. Even if you go to the temple, there is also no silence. Even if you go to a hotel, there is no silence at all. So silence is available only in libraries. There you can think. There you can imagine. There you can read. There you can meet people, whether they are inside the country or outside the country, because you are reading his document. You are reading his article. You are reading his report. Your reading means you are talking to that author. This is the kind of an environment where we have to create. So library should be user-friendly. So with proper ambience, facilities, and they should make the user. We have to make the user to sit and spend more time in the libraries. That is the way where a library should be, with the latest and also the innovativeness. So to conclude about this one, what is today? Any researchers, any students in their academic pursuit, you publish or perish. If you do not do research, out of research you do not publish, you will not going to survive, you will not going to succeed, you will going to be perish. This is the order of the day. The higher education institutions are expected to play a major role in creation and dissemination of knowledge through teaching and research, because higher education institutions are knowledge producers and knowledge providers in today's knowledge economy and also the learning society. Here is a small set of advices for our library professionals. We have a responsibility also, how we should work. We have to change our work culture. We, the librarians, we have to redefine our role. If your role is limited only to give books and take books, no. But we have to work closely with our researchers. Establish rapport with the researchers. Create confidence in them. If a researcher finds or stuck with any problem, he should think that, yes, there is a library to provide the solution for my problem. If that is to be succeeded, so we have to connect, that is network, with our users. Work closely with all kinds of researchers and students to understand their academic and research needs. Then only we can find success in our library services. Then periodic evaluation of what extent of e-resource usage. I also said in the morning and also just now, just spending money acquiring e-resources and keep e-resource library is not enough. But how they are all effectively used, to what extent it is used. If not used, what is the reason? Who is using and who is not using? If they are not coming to the library, why they are not coming to the library? So we have to take our library to their doorstep. It is possible through technologies. So make a periodical evaluation of your library resources used, how far it is used. Then if not effectively used, this is today's workshop objectives, how to make them to use more, create awareness, tell them the benefits of these e-resources. Work out appropriate strategies and better utilization of e-resources to make the researchers more visible. So visibility of researchers, not only through the journal publication, but also through your library effort. So make libraries an essential knowledge centers. They are not the storers of books or the place of books where the books are stored, but to promote and enhance quality and excellence in education and research. So once again, what I started with changes. Okay, what changes are taking place? Yes, in every subject, in every profession, there are challenges. So if you solve one problem today, another problem is there. We never expected this is like COVID will come in 2019 and 20 or 21. Who knows what kind of disease will come in the coming years? So, but we have to get ready for address such kind of issues. That is a challenge. Changes will be there, challenges will be there, and more of opportunities to convert the challenges into opportunities, and they will going to stay as long as we are alive. We will going to stay. So ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ನಾವು ಜೀವಂತವಾಗಿ ಇರುವವರೆಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ ಇರುತ್ತಲ್ವೇನ್ರಿ? ಯಾರಿಗೆ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ ಇಲ್ಲ? ಯಾರು ಹುಟ್ಟಿಲ್ಲ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಯಾರು ಸತ್ತೋಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಈ ಸಮಾಜದಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದೀವಲ್ಲ, ದುಡ್ಡಿರೋರ್ಗೂ ಒಂಥರ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ, ದುಡ್ಡು ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಇರೋರಿಗೆ ಒಂಥರ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ, ಪ್ರಾಪರ್ಟಿ ಇರೋರ್ಗೆ ಒಂಥರ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ, ಪ್ರಾಪರ್ಟಿ ಇಲ್ಲೋರು ಒಂಥರ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ. ಸೊ ಇದು ಪಾರ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಅವರ್ ಲೈಫ್. ಬಟ್ ಹಾಗಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ನಾವು ಹಂಗೆ ಇರಕ್ಕಾಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಆ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆಗಳನ್ನ ನಾವು ಸ್ವೀಕಾರ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ಆ ಸವಾಲುಗಳನ್ನ ಸ್ವೀಕಾರ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ಅದನ್ನ ಹೆದರ್ಸ್ಬೇಕು. ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ನಾನು ಮಾರ್ನಿಂಗ್ ಹೇಳಿದೆ, ವಿ ಆರ್ ಲಿವಿಂಗ್ ಇನ್ ಎ ಕಾಂಪಿಟೇಟಿವ್ ವರ್ಲ್ಡ್. ಈ ಕಾಂಪಿಟೇಷನ್ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಇದ್ದೇ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ನಾನು ಒಬ್ಬನೇ ಅಲ್ಲ, ನನ್ನ ಜೊತೆ 100 ಜನ ನನ್ನ ಜೊತೆ ಕಾಂಪೀಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಅದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಸಕ್ಸಸ್ ಆಗ್ಬೇಕು. ಸಕ್ಸಸ್ ಆಗೋದಷ್ಟೇ ಅಲ್ಲ, ನಾವು ಸರ್ವೈವ್ ಕೂಡ ಆಗಬೇಕು. ಓಕೆ, ದಿಸ್ ಈಸ್ ಹೌ. ಸೊ these libraries will not remain like that. A library is having its own life. ಅದಕ್ಕೂ ಜೀವ ಇದೆ. ಲೈಬ್ರರಿಗೆ it is a jiva ide. That is what Ranganathan said. Library is a growing organism. It makes others to grow. Library makes others to grow. It gives everything to others. That is what a tyaga. Library service andre tyaga andrenu, ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಇರುವುದನ್ನ ಬೇರೆಯವರು ಕೊಡದೆ, that is called as tyaga. To give whatever we have to give others. That is what the spirit of library. Library has so much of knowledge, so much of information, but we give all that information to you. Why? For your success, for your growth, for your survival. That is why librarians, you must also change. It's not only enough the researchers, teachers, we should change. Even libraries should change. Librarians should change. You have to perform. You perform according to the changing environment. If you do not perform, you are not visible. You cannot survive. You perform or perish. Okay. So open to change. Come with a lot of open box thinking, out of box thinking, and think of move beyond survival. ಹೆಂಗೋ ಕೆಲಸಕ್ಕೆ ಸೇರಿದ್ದೀವಿ, ಹೆಂಗೋ ಹಿಂಗೆ ಮುಗಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ರಿಟೈರ್ಡ್ ಆಗ್ಬೋಣ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಅಷ್ಟಕ್ಕೆ ಸೀಮಿತ ಆಗ್ಬೇಡಿ. ಸೊ ಮೂವ್ ಬಿಯಾಂಡ್ ಸರ್ವೈವಲ್. ಸರ್ವೈವಲ್ ಆಗೋದು ಮುಖ್ಯ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಸಕ್ಸಸ್ ಆಗೋದು ಮುಖ್ಯ. ಸೊ ದಟ್ ಯುವರ್ ವರ್ಕ್ಸ್, ಯುವರ್ ಡೀಡ್ಸ್, ಯುವರ್ ಸರ್ವಿಸಸ್, ಹೌ other people will going to recognize your services, your institution, your library, your college and your university. That will matters a lot. Okay, future of librarianship tend to move towards pedagogy than information management. In future, there will be no books, there are no users. There is a lot of traffic will be there in the library. The traffic is a virtual traffic. Users come to the library virtually, use the library virtually, but you cannot find physical travel. So like that, there's a lot of discussion or debate is going on around the world. How the future libraries will be. ನಮ್ಮ ಫ್ಯೂಚರ್ ಜೀವನ ಏನಂತ ನಾವು ಯೋಚನೆ ಹೇಗಿರುತ್ತಪ್ಪ ಅಂತ ನಾವು ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ, ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿಗಳು ಫ್ಯೂಚರ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಗಿರ್ತವೆ, ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿ ಲೈಬ್ರರಿಗಳು ಫ್ಯೂಚರ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಗಿರುತ್ತೆ ಅನ್ನೋದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಲಾಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಡಿಸ್ಕಷನ್ ಇಸ್ ಗೋಯಿಂಗ್ ಆನ್. ಇನ್ ದಿ ಸೇಮ್ ವೇ, ವಾಟ್ ವಿಲ್ ದ ಫ್ಯೂಚರ್ ಆಫ್ ಲೈಬ್ರರೀಸ್? These are the two vital issues under discussion. And the last slide. So the librarians must attempt to bridge the gaps of understanding or sense making and accepting the transformation process. You have to accept the change, you accept the challenge, accept the transformation. Future days, always brighter days. Future days are challenging days. Okay. Survival and success for any profession is the order of the days. So prepare for the future through progressive thinking and use and promote your library resources. Whether it is still print are there, fine. Electronic or digital are there, much more fine. It is for development of creativity as well as innovation. So the outcome should be that your users should go out of your library domain with a smile on his or her face. When the library user goes out of library, a smile you can expect if he gets what he wants from the libraries. So always we expect a smile from the users for the libraries. That depends on how we motivate them, encourage them, guide them, and also train them to use it. If they use the resources properly, they can improve their knowledge. By virtue of their improved knowledge, they can get the better success rate in their academics and research. If they get the better rate in academic and research, they should be get better position recognition outside, visibility, and also the identity in your profession. So like that, the person's identity is based on your knowledge, your skill, your performing ability, your kind of competencies. This is the requirement in these societies. So to acquire all these things, you need multiple channels. It's a classroom learning, okay, peer learning, faculty support, and also laboratory library support through research, teaching and learning. This is very, very important. So with this, I once again take this opportunity for the authorities of the JSS University for organizing this very meaningful workshop. And the organizers have also planned different technical sessions with hands-on experiences, with the demonstrations. So which will help you to open up your mindset so that what you are all thinking library, just it is not a place of taking books, returning books. No, it will take you to the another world of knowledge where you can make use of it for your academic success. Thank you. Thank you very much.
A warm morning. Sorry, now the time is afternoon. Good afternoon to everyone. And greetings to all the Constant College students and faculty. I am Dr. Satya from the JSS College of Pharmacy, UT. And first of all, I thank the library committee, who organizes such kind of events for the benefit of students. Because usually what happens is we will attend to the respective areas, conferences and seminars, which is a unique. But this is a common for platform for everyone to learn the resources, to update about the publications or many aspects of your career. And it will be very useful for all of you. And next few minutes, I'll be taking to the introductory part. Of course, in the next couple of days, you'll be learning a lot of things about the searching, the tools available and making the data. But before that, I know very well, all of you have so many doubts in the mind. First of all, what is this publication or what is this patent? What are the types of articles available? Where to search the articles? Who is an author? What are the different types of authors? And many places when I give this, presentation, it is a overwhelming response, because still, even though you are an early career researcher, you are a mid-career researcher, or you are a high-end researcher, still the doubts pertaining to the publication still arise. And I hope my presentation will, definitely clear the doubts. I'm very happy also because initially they said my time is for half an hour, because I have about 90 slides to share with you, but I'll finish in a short time of 45 minutes. I'm promising you all the slides will have a good content, the content which is required for you for the next years for your development of the career. So you are aware or not, there are many things to be known by you before you publish a paper. You can see why to publish first. Is it a mandatory process? If you don't publish, you cannot pursue your degree, you cannot complete your degree. Okay, if you want to publish, what are the types of articles one can able to publish? What are the types of journals available? What is the meaning of indexing and non-indexing? People say, the moment it comes, have you published an index journal? What is the meaning of indexing here? Is there any non-indexing journals are available? So those are not valid journals. Citation index, and how to evaluate yourself whether you are a top author or mid-level or the entry author. What are the different metrics available for that? Then where you can find your other metrics. What is a peer reviewing process? Somebody says, ask you again, your journal has a peer reviewing process, either it has, your paper has undergone a peer reviewing process, right? Then the types of authors, again this fight comes every time when after a long struggle, when you finish the paper, you don't know whom to include, whom not to include, and where is your position to be kept in the author list. Then finally the indexing services, what is the self-citation limitations and tools while preparing the manuscript, which is very badly required in the current point of time for a faster publication. And all the contents definitely to be useful for you. I don't prolong or expand unnecessarily. Each and every content will be having hardly a couple of slides. And to begin with, in the mind, first question comes to the picture was, why to publish? Is it publication a mandatory? Is it publication a necessary step in the research? And if you ask me my point of view, it is required, because there are a lot of things that is behind this publication process for your career aspect. I will just show you. First thing is, before knowing why to publish, publication is one of the necessary steps embedded in the research process. Great scientists, a great works happening at the laboratory, in the research labs. But how the people, otherwise the community who also working in the same research area, will be known what is happening at your lab? If you don't publish the work, if you don't show the community, nobody knows what is the breakthrough research that happens at the lab. Of course, you're finally drafting or fabricating the thesis book and keeping again it goes to the libraries, but nobody reads the book. Of course, maybe your juniors comes up in the later on stages, they'll refer your books maybe. But if it is published, you imagine, and the entire world, how many people will read the research, how well your research profile you have been exposed to the international community. And that's why this is an integral part of the research. It is nowhere a separating term called publication and having completing a PG or PhD thesis. Next is, it is also now in the recent era, is necessary for graduation and of course for a teacher point of view for the career progression as well. You need a strong publication to present your contribution to the research community, and thereby only people will be understanding what kind of research was happening at the research labs. Finally, your profile will be exposed to the International Scientific Committee and we will definitely recognized. One of the recognition which I kept in the introduction is the top 2% scientist level, whatever it is. When I've done the research, when I publish it, when it go to the documentation by the publishers, when the rankings happens, when other researchers want to know who is a researcher like me is working on the other world, if they have publication, a strong publication in the research community, it will be widely distributed and people will be looking into your profile, into your team and start collaborating with you and start moving with you. So in a nutshell, for the UG, PG, PhD and PDF candidates, the purpose of publishing is helps in enrolling for the higher education in the reputed universities. Hope you are all agree when you enroll for a PG or PhD, you have a separate column called how many publications you have in the recent time, right? So definitely you should maybe able to enter 1 or 2 publications in that for a easy enrollment. Then helps in applying for a career in the research of particular field. So many of the researchers, the people who done the PhD at our institute, there are around 10 to 20 people were at the abroad doing the PDFs. So asked many of them, I was the research coordinator in our college. So what could made you to get a PDF position at the other part of the country? One of the primemost reason was the research which they done in the PhD was published in a good journal. Now the other guide, which was a mentor in the other country who had to take the PDF position, he also looked into the candidate profile by seeing the strong publication who had done the research. Then he will be able to happily take up the candidate. So those ways for the candidate to grow for the next higher education levels, the publication will be definitely helps them. For a teacher point of view, it helps in applying for the teaching positions, and of course RL promotions has been rated with this, and helps in the scientific writing. That means we can able to teach our own students to writing a publication when we can able to do publish by ourselves. That are the ethical part of view which I'm talking about, why to publish. Now I'm talking the unethical point of view, why to publish. And the current situation is way long ago, publish, happy. After that, publish or perish. Few years ago, publish in high impact factor journals or perish. Now the current situation is publish in high impact factor journals monthly, weekly, daily. That is a mantra, right? So we are not beyond that. Anywhere publication is nowhere a golden thing to know. It's very far away. It has been integrated into the day-to-day life, a practice of our work. And without publication, the survival right now it was quite difficult, and it was the mandatory thing. Next, okay, now you got an interest to publish and why to publish, you're aware. Now what types of articles you can able to publish? Just a minute. Now after you have decided to publish, there are various types of articles one can able to publish, but not all articles can be published by authors. There are few articles can be published at one point of stage, and other articles to be published to require some experience. Let us see first what are the types of articles. The first one is an editorial article. That means if you take any journal page, the issue, right, current issue, it may be monthly or quarterly or whatever it is, they have typically different category of articles in the same page. You can see the first article was editorial. Now if you see a journal typical organogram, it has the editor, associate editor, then assistant editors, then reviewers. There is a team. The complete team is particularly working on the research area. Now you are working maybe a cervical cancer, a particular research field. All the reviewers, including the editor, was a well-known research personalities. Quite long back they're working on this research area, and they have formed this editorial team. Now this editorial team, the reviewer, maybe the editor, can write a small write-up, a 1 page or 2 page. It's like it's like an assignment or some kind of essay, making a recent opinion on the current field, what was happening. Let us say cervical cancer, what is the current status, what is the current treatments, what are the upcoming treatments. But for that we don't have the eligibility to write, because We may be just entered into the cervical cancer field, but already those people are working 10 to 20 years in that field. So they have enough knowledge. They keep on updating the knowledge on that area. They can able to make up a small editorial every time when they release a issue, or small editorial will be there by any of the reviewers. So the experts in that field, they will write a small write-up, 1 or 2 pages is called as editorial. The next step is the review article, which are everybody knows. Once you done the literature survey for your PG or PhD part, the complete literature review the process, it may be last 10 years or 20 years which you collected, you are making a summary of that. What was happened till date? What is the research gap? How the research gap you are going to fill? Is there nothing but writing a research article, so the review article. And remember here also one more cautious point is, if the journals like having impact factor of about 10 and more, they don't again make your articles. No, they will not take your review articles. They will again invite the people who are already working from long ago in that particular field to write the review. Until unless less than 10 impact factor and all, you can write a review article, you can able to publish. Because again here they think, you know, you are a fresh researcher, you cannot able to summarize, you may miss some of the articles, you may miss some of the important findings in the particular research, and it's not make up the complete article of a review. So hence the higher impact factor, maybe if you go to the Nature publishers and all, they will invite the people from the world to write a review, or in some cases definitely we can also write a review. The next, the most common, the research articles, of course 90% we make up in writing these research articles. It is nothing but the research findings which you have done in your graduations. Then the short communications. Then the short communications, it is also a type of research article, but on the hard topic, you no need of, see, usually research article, if you take it's around 8,000 word limit. Now this is only 3,000. You no need of again, you know, conducting all the studies. That is the recent COVID pandemic, or maybe the tuberculosis, a new drug you have find out, a new invention you have find out. So you no need of waiting for all the results to come up. You can immediately communicate to the research community. They have a breakthrough research. Those are called as short communications, and having, it's a type of research article, but having a small quantity of work. Then the case reports, of course, I need to give any big introduction about it. Most of you here are very well about the case reports, the follow-up of the patient data, the clinical data, which are publishing in the day-to-day time. And finally, the letter to editors, which is also similar to the editor, but here one person is writing a letter to the editor. Try to understand, editorial articles will be written by reviewer, editor, but letter to the editor, I can write it, you can write it, either by complaining about an article which is published in that issue, or praising about the article which is published in the issue. Both ways. A letter to the editor saying what was happening in your journal, what kind of articles are publishing, what is their comment, you can able to write it. Again, that also at least requires some research knowledge or research and experience to write them. I'll just show you the articles, which is the examples for the above mentioned types. So we have also maximum we covered in all these types. The first article written by me, an editorial article, which is one of the Journal of International Pharmacy and Pharmaceutical Sciences. By the time I have written a current perspective management of diabetic wounds. From the last 7 years, me and my team was working on the diabetic foot ulcers. We have a good number of articles in this area. So by the time I have written an editorial review for the current perspective, the happening at the India about the diabetic foot ulcers. This is a review example. Of course, many of you know. Then the research article example, the findings from the research lab on the diabetic wounds. This is another part of the writing a scientific article which I don't elaborate now. And the short communication example, you can see a drug pyrazolone acid, a prodrug which is used for the microbial tuberculosis, published as short communication. But however, now somehow if you see a paper published in the recent times in 2021, they says the research is slowly detaching from the short communications. You also not able to find the short communications now, because there are a lot of miscommunications happening at the short communication level. You can see the reasons which the author mentioned is, people are thinking it's a wrong impression of a short communication, nothing but a commentary, a kind of opinion. They don't think it's a research. Actually, it's a research, but it's a short piece of research. Still, people think a short communication is nothing but just a opinion. Because opinions cannot be cited, opinions cannot be taken into account. I can give my opinion, you can give my opinion, but finally, I want the output, the original research, the results from your research, the findings, right? So, thinking that in the mind. Since there are commentary opinions, the love towards this short communication, the publication towards this short communication has been lost. And finally, the case reports, which I know to mention, I name out. So these are the different types of articles one can publish. And the review article which I have shown here, one of our review article on the diabetic wounds, the current and emerging therapies, which is published in the journal Current Medical Research and Opinion. For that, we have received a appraisal letter from the Nicholas Papanas and all who are working from the last couple of decades in the diabetic wounds, appraising our article. We have read the article written by these authors. It is good, and it was maybe the current updates has been covered. Such kind of commentary, such kind of maybe commendable, such kind of maybe not commendable comments also you will get from the researchers. Be careful when you publish and research. You cannot able to cite anything wrong, anything not there available in the research. You should able to make up a summary in the review what was available in the current research has to be there. Then move on to the types of journals now. So what are the different types of journals are available? Now how to choose the journals, right? So I am not giving any WHO classification here, just for understanding at the student point of view, how you can able to classify a journal, right? You can classify the journals into 4 types: print journals, online journals, open access journals, and predatory journals. So print journals were ever way long, around 350 years ago. From that time, including if you go to the libraries today, in every cupboard rack, the published print book will be available of the journal. But when the internet era came to the picture, the same book has been available in the online, that's all. But still the publishers have not stopped it. They're still printing. But in the libraries, they're thinking like, why to increase the quantity? Like, see, for suppose an example, I'll tell you, again, I'm coming back to the cervical cancer research. You want to search a literature review for last 10 years. How many journals hard copy you can refer? How many racks you can able to search? Whether all the issues have been available in the library, right? This all makes the drawbacks of the print journals. And now currently the online, in a single search, you can able to find out what was there available in the internet, what was there available in the complete research was happened in that particular area. So the print journal slowly has been drawn back, and now the online journals, the same print journals available in the online, the publisher has to come to the picture. Otherwise, print and online, there is no difference. It is there in the hard copy. This was in the soft copy, one can able to refer. Next, open access journals. Now this is a hot trend now. Everywhere open access, the problem comes. People are asking 20,000, 30,000, 50,000, 1 lakh, 1.5 lakhs. Right? If it is in the India, it is 50,000. If it is outside the India, it is 1.5 lakhs. What is this open access journal model? I'll tell you the fact now. The last few years, it was very bad situation for the publishers, because a pirated website has been revolving around us. Before and all, when I'm doing the PhD, I used to ask my friends who are working in the government universities, can you download this article? Because they have all the access. Now I don't need to go anywhere. With a single click, I can able to download whatever the article is there. Now this thing, what happens is made the publishers not to subscribe by the libraries. Of course, there is good universities, including us, they'll subscribe, but many of the places, they are not subscribing to them because we have a pre-pirated, like how pirated movies can be downloaded. Now this makes them their business to be drawn down. They don't have another option. Now they're thinking into alternative to make all this anyway it is there available in the pirated. Why you have to hide here? Let us also make into the open access by charging the directly to the authors or maybe the persons who is involved in the publication process. Now this open access slowly started by all the publishers. That's why when you just upload into the article, they will ask, are you interested for an open access or gold access article of your manuscript? That means once it is accepted, you're supposed to pay some decent amount to make available to the public domain. But in Indian point of view, it was little costly item because most of the work is not funded. It's unlikely the US or other countries. When it is funded, you can able to pay for that, but you cannot adapt for that. Now that is the reason. Again, I'm saying no, that is the reason. Many of the people are complaining, sir, more rejection rate. My article is just like that rejecting, because they also don't have option, right? Two things now are happening. One is other side, the publisher is suffering with lack of this subscriptions. The other end, the rankings, the pressure to publish, both makes to have more rejections for the manuscripts which are uploaded. Now this open access definitely is going to be getting a bigger problem. But again, the developed countries can able to somehow manage. We have to rethink about this open access journals, the third type. And final, the most dangerous, the predatory journals, taking the chance of open access, saying they are the kings, just looting the money from the people, also called as fake journals. Please don't fall into the trap of fake journals. I'll tell you how to identify a fake journal also. Basically, what is the predatory journals are nothing but again open access journals that promise quick acceptance. How many days it will take to have a decision by the manuscript when you submit to a journal? weeks, months, years. Sometimes, you know, the official journals of governments, they take years together. Still, the official journals of government, they'll take years together because of, again, their working culture and also the large quantity of manuscripts which they'll receive. Right? Basically, it's from the good journalists, weeks. The editorial decision happens in a week. Then when it goes to the reviewers, nowadays reviewers also very busy. They also don't want to get, get review because of the multitasking which they have. We used to result just like that the reviews. So months. But these predatory journals will promise you 2 days, 3 days, publishing, 1 week, sorry, acceptance, and 1 week you're going to get published. But there are not peer-reviewed journals. They are not the real journals. They are just the fake journals giving a fake promises. I'll just show you what is the peer reviewing process also in the further slides. However, many others, especially they are under great pressure to publish. I said the publisher perish. I appear to be aware that these journals are of poor quality or even fraudulent. Such kind of journals should not be encouraged. If you see the characteristics of such journals, right, how to predict now such journals, whether it's a fake or not. The scope of the interest includes non-biomedical as well as biomedical. Let us say I'm a pharmacist from the pharmacy background. The journal is mathematics. They're accepting my paper. They don't bother about the scope now. They bother only about money. No scope, no reader, no editor. Only one person sitting in front of a computer. He is accepting all the articles. He is only rejecting the articles, all the payments done by him. The journal don't have any address. The journal don't have any web page properly. It was just handled by, including you and me, can able to start a journal. We can able to do such business. So spelling mistakes and grammar errors in the journal's website, images of poor quality, they don't bother. Usually good journals, they'll come back to you asking the good quality image back. But those journals don't bother anything. The website is directly primarily to the authors, not to the reviewers. The publisher's logo may look like that of a real. You can see the Elsevier logo will be sometimes modified. The Springer logo will be sometimes modified. Even the branded shoes like Adidas, Puma also can be how they have modifying. These people also doing such kind of fraudulent and publishing the articles. So the manuscript handling process is not described. So this is another hidden. They don't tell you what is the publishing charge, because if it is more, you don't come to the journal, you go to other journal. Once acceptance only, you have to start bargaining 10,000, 8,000, 9,000 or whatever it is. They don't even openly say the publication charges. So the journals promise the rapid publication, of course, and the article processing charges will be around less than $150. Usually in the standard journal, the previous journals which I said open access journal, there is no $150 journal. It was around 1,000 to 2,000. It was minimum charges. But within $150, that means hardly a couple of 1,000 of 8,000 to 7,000 rupees. They're accepting your articles, really a fake journals. And even the journals don't have any official websites. Like you can see here, they'll use a Gmail or an Yahoo account only. Their journal name, and they'll start communicating with you. Such kind of symptoms are the signs of a fake journal, which one has not to take into the account. And so what happens is this publisher, the reputed publisher, like again Elsevier or all these people, they come up with a website. You can able to note down the think, check, submit. When you go to this web page, they have categorized the journals, how to find out a fake journal. You can able to go into the website. You can able to check whether it's a real peer reviewing process journal or a fake journal. You can able to find out. Now again, the student point of view, one question they always ask is, okay, now we know the types of journals. How to pick the journal? How I know this is my journal, whether I can able to publish or not? A simple answer is, for everyone, all of you, you just first decide the publisher. Am I repeating again? There are only a handful of publishers in the world. I'm going to show in the next slide. Maybe the Elsevier you can name, the Taylor and Francis you can name, the Springer you can name, or the BMJ, handful of publishers. Each publisher having maybe hundreds of journals in their hand, and maybe apart from the Elsevier and the Springer, which have thousands of journals, right? The rest of them having again a handful of journals in the hand. Now go to this publisher site, which I already given the links here. Just click on this journal search finder page. They will ask the title of your article, abstract of your article, keywords of your article. Then they'll display all the possibilities of the journals where you can able to publish. You can able to shortlist by the acceptance rate, shortlist by based on the impact factor or site score or whatever so and so means. Then you can able to select that. Instead of course, you can ask the senior or the peers which are available in your research area. They may be able to suggest only the couple of journals, but this give you a broader list, like how many journals available. Which let us say I'm working in diabetic wounds. In the Springer, how many journals published my work based upon the keywords or abstract which I have. Then you can start approaching them. Maybe my limitation is up to 10 impact factor. More than 10 I will not touch. Less than 10 only I will see the journals. I will start uploading to them. I will start contacting to them. That you can able to do it. Okay, that's a simple way to find anyone, the scope of your journal and the where the journal which you are able to publish. There are other ways also. You can choose the journal based on the impact factor, elsewhere, side score, all these things. I'm going to explain the metrics of the authors when it comes to the picture. Now, the important term, indexed versus non-indexed. So somebody asks you whether a journal is indexed. Yes. Where it is indexed, nobody knows. So only we are using indexed, but you have to ask a question where your article is indexed or where the journal is indexed. That's the right question, not asking the indexed versus not indexed. First of all, I'll tell you what is the meaning of index. Indexing means keeping in cupboard. It's an archiving process. Let us say I have 3 boxes here. Imagine these are 3 rooms. Okay, let us say this auditorium, when you make into 3 rooms which have the walls to separate. I have a book in my hand, a paper, a piece of paper in my hand which I have written by myself. Now I want to go and keep this paper and book into that particular room. These 3 rooms have 3 watchmen. Number 1, I couldn't able to draw here. Number 2, number 3 are 3 guards which make you to your paper to come inside. The first watchman is very strict. He will see how you written, any grammar mistakes is there. Is it really a good piece of content? Then only he will enter you. You can go inside and archive in the cupboard. Second watchman, he is somewhat strict, somewhat loose. Okay, fine. He is like in a friendly manner. Something is there. Okay, fine. It's having a minimum quality. Okay, get into the inside. Third watchman, a third guard. He says, you have paper in hand, right? You come inside. You can put, in the cupboard, no problem. So the first one I can tell example of Web of Science. If a journal want to index in the Web of Science publisher, the Thomson Reuters, they have a high stringent valuation process. If I start a journal today, I cannot enter the Web of Science. If I start a journal today, I cannot enter the Web of Science. I should have some life journey of my journal, a 10 years or 20 years of my career of my journal, accepting good articles, having a good reviews in my editorial board. This all I can submit to the watchman there, showing, I have good piece of content in my publishing in the journal. Then he will allow to take my journal and all my articles to keep into that room. High stringent. That's why Web of Science is a stringent and the most accepted publisher in the world, because just like that one cannot able to enter inside. And another problem I'll tell you, even though you are highly qualified and you have publishing excellent work, the publisher cannot just like that put. He has to pay the amount. There is a lot of renewal process every year, which is very costly. So to bear all of this thing, it is a big process. So publishing and the impact factor. Now impact factor was assigning this Web of Science. See, now you have different. Now this room we are now it's very stringent. So many publishers came inside. So many journals. Sorry, not publisher. So many journals come inside. 100 journals. Now again competition within the journals, because all journals again they want to make some competition in this room. Let us say 100 students. Who is the first ranker, second ranker, third ranker? To give them ranking, what they done is they have given the value called as impact factor, calculating the impact of each journal, how many citations it is receiving. Again, within them, within the good room only, he is giving some competition in the name of impact factor. So hence, publishing in the impact factor journals, the above science journals, is a quite tedious process. You need a good research output, a strong research into the picture to go into this. Then second room, then the third room, I don't need to name the room. The room name is a Google Scholar. You can able to do it because see, they are not basically a non-paid. Okay, they are non-profit kind of organization. Anything can be archived there. Any kind of articles, even including some websites, when you publish, they will going to be archived here. That doesn't require any kind of thing, and that's why there is more articles in the Google Scholar when you see in the Web of Science. Now, basically, index is nothing but just keeping the publisher, means keeping the articles published in the publisher into the particular room. Way long ago, in 1879, Index Medicus is the first agency to do such kind of process. That means collecting different publishers around the world, keeping their articles in their room or in their chamber. Then later on, Medline, PubMed, Embase, Scopus, Ebesco, they all come to the picture. And of course, we have a lot number of indexing services are there. Again, I'm repeating, indexing people are not publishers. They are not journals, just they're keeping your article, the journal into the respective place. That means the journals within the journals having competition now. So I have to enter the above science room, I have to enter the Scopus room, I have to enter the Google Scholar room. So within them only the competition. And once they enter into the room, now the problem is for us to get into the journals published, it requires a lot of efforts. Now the major indexing services, if you see, there are two game players I want to say here. One is the Web of Science, the Thomson Reuters, anything you talk about in the publication. The second game player is the Scopus. So the Thomson Reuters comes up with the indexing service called as Web of Science. The elsewhere people comes with the indexing service called Scopus, which of course you are all very well much aware known. Recently, the Thomson Reuters has come up with a other indexing service called Emerging Citation Index. And remember, the journals which covers in this service will not be providing an impact factor. It is an additional. And most of the sometimes what happens is predatory journals again occupying this room, the CSC Emerging Society Index, and making a false impact that we are in the Web of Science and having impact factor, all those things. This is completely different indexing service, and this is completely different indexing service. Of course, both comes from the Thomson Reuters. When you publish in the Web of Science, that is the science citation is expanded only, you'll be assigning an impact factor. When you publish in these kinds of indexing service, you don't get any impact factor for the journal. Be cautious about it. Now, what to choose, Web of Science or Scopus, the first room or second room? This is the question for everyone, especially the teachers who publishers, their students' work or their works, the Web of Science or Scopus. Now, once you have a publication in your hand, a couple of publications in your hand, as a teacher, as a professor, my next job is to get a grant from the Indian government, let us say different agencies like DST, DBT or whatever. Now the problem is India is a huge crowded population. N number of the grant applications comes to the DST and ICMR. Because they cannot spend time by reading only your publications. I have right now 95 articles in my resume. When they will read all those 90 articles, so defaultly they will write one question called as how many articles do you have in Web of Science indexed journals? Not even Scopus, not even Google Scholar, because it's like ISA mark now. You have 90 articles, but only 10 articles in Web of Science. Rest of the 80 they say it is not having impact. It is not having a powerful research, right? When I go to the market, when I'm constructing in a house, there are n number of materials available from different companies. But how I know it's a good material or bad material? I'll say an ISA mark on that. Similarly, for the articles, the ISA kind of mark is whether it is indexed in Web of Science, it is having impact factor or not. Thereby itself, their headache is over. They're directly screening your profile, how many good articles you are having in the resume. So definitely, one has to choose the Web of Science when you go applying for the the grants at the Indian level. And of course, the Scopus also give the Web of Science as the impact factor. The Scopus will give a metric called site score, which uses almost the same formula like Web of Science, but still the impact factor, the term impact factor is more profound, more known to the community, to the outside world. Then what is citation index? Now we have seen what is indexing, that means keeping in some room. So the rooms, if they give some scoring to them, it is called as citation, right? Hope you all are aware what is citation. I know to explain what is citation again. You are referring someone's article, you are citing them in your next article is called as citation based upon the number. So we may think maybe we have done definitely a good work, but how it will be evaluated is once it comes to the publication, when it comes to the community of research, how many people again in that community referring back your article and citing back your article, and how many number of times citing that article. No, that published article will have an impact. Now the citation index is nothing but again these two publishers, Thomson Reuters and the Scopus, have their reports, citation services called as general citation report, JCR we used to call. When the impact factor list comes, we used to write a name called JCR, general citation reports. So they evaluated. Now the stringent evaluator, Web of Science, evaluated all those people who are indexed in that room. They given the rankings in the form of impact factors. So that will be published as JCR. On the other side, the Scopus, when you go to the Scopus, they will be giving a score called as site score, the sites per document, which is applied to the articles published there, right? So based upon this, one can able to choose the journal, one can able to select the journal. Here, for the case of Thomson Reuters, the general citation reports will give the impact factor. And here we are not calling as impact factor. Of course, even if you use the same one, because they cannot copy. There are two business here. One is the Thomson Reuters business, another one is the Scopus business. They cannot use the terms. Even Google Scholar, they will use I-10 index. Scopus will use H index. Each and everything was coined by their scientists. They have their own R&D team. Mathematicians will derive the the formulas for that. For that, again, they'll apply the trademarks and they'll get it. Nobody can use that. So of course, apart from the Web of Science, and the Scopus, the other indexing services like you might have learned, like Indian Citation Index, CiteSphere, Google Scholar, Robust, there are more citation index are available compared to this. Then the different metrics in the publications. What are the different ways you can rank a journal? You can rank by ourselves, the author profile. The first and foremost thing comes to the mind was the impact factor, which is long ago coined by Dr. Eugene Garfield. The simple, the formula for this is, as I said, when you publish, it is going to the issue, a particular journal X. So the last 2 years, at an average per issue, there are 12 articles or maximum 15. You minus the editorial and editorial, they are not considered. Only reviews, research, case reports, and short communications are considered. Remaining 3, they don't receive any citations. If they receive also, they don't consider for calculating the impact factor. So let us say a journal having an issue, a monthly issue, 12 articles per issue. Per year, how much it is? Per year, how much articles it is? Again, I'm repeating, a journal having an issue, right? Issues like monthly or half yearly, quarterly. A monthly journal having a 15 or 12 articles, let us say 12 articles per issue. So per year, how much it is? How much? 120. For 2 years, 120 plus 120. Okay. So 120 plus 120, it was 240. So number of articles published in the last 2 years by this journal was 240. Now imagine in a hypothetical conditions, each article was cited at least one time. See, whatever the journal citation reports impact factor you are receiving today in the Excel sheet is not for this year. That is for calculated for last 2 years, releasing usually in the month of June and July. Right? Try to understand, you will say impact factor of 2022 is nothing but for the last 2 years only they calculated and given. This year they cannot calculate because until the year completes, they can't do it. Now just imagine in a hypothetical condition, this 240 articles has received one citation. That means one people are cited in the other articles. So the numerator also becomes 240. Right? So 240 divided by 240, 1 is the impact factor for the journal. At an average, one citation will be receiving by one article by the journal. Okay, you can expect what is the maximum impact factor that can be 2 for a journal. I'm asking. Now Web of Science giving the journal citation report further articles which was archived in their Web of Science, the science index. Now 1 impact factor, 2 impact factor. What could be the maximum impact factor? 10, 20, 50, 100. Now you can understand what is 100. 100 times each paper was cited, right? 50 times each paper was cited. What could be the maximum impact factor? When you see that the JCR, which is the first journal, the cancer journal for clinicians having the impact factor of 286. Each paper was cited at least 286 times from the journal. So you think how much novel research, impactful research, impactful articles will be receiving by this journal, and how people entire the globe are citing that. Till today, even for me also, publishing in a 5 to 10 impact is a big challenge, because our field goes to maximum 15. Beyond the pharmacist cannot move. Right? Of course, it's a medical journal, but imagine the impact of this journal, how people rigorously citing those articles. Of course, when the moment we get the mind, the high impact factors under the natural landscape will come, definitely they're also there on the list. But beyond that, there is a cancer journal of clinician which occupies 286 impact factor to date. But way long ago it was around 123. Now why this double the number of impact factors? All credits goes to again the free pirated website. Everybody is downloading, everybody is citing. Obviously, you can see from last couple of maybe 4 or 5 years back to now, if you see the journal impact factor graph, it was growing drastically. So one of the students asked, sir, my journal impact factor was increased, sir, I'm done in a good impact factor journal. I said the credits not only goes to you, the credit goes to the pirated website, because it is giving everybody the resources to cite. Those days we don't have resources. If I don't have a journal, I don't cite that because I didn't read the article in the journal, right? Now every article I can read, every article I can cite it. Obviously, from where once upon a time the journal's impact factor 1 or 2, today the same journals having impact factor 9 and 10. Again I'm saying the credit goes to the one of the credit goes to the pirated journal, the website which giving these free articles. So that's a important one metric one can able to make the ranking of an author or a journal. And of course, these are the pirated essays, the fake journals. Before they will give like an international impact factor, universal impact factor. These are all not impact factors. The only impact factor, if you want to get it, that will be giving by the Web of Science only. That is authenticated valid impact factor. The rest of the impact factor are just bluffing the people. It is not at all impact factor. Tomorrow I can make one more journal. I can make Satyanarayan impact factor. They can able to publish. But people should aware impact factor is only term that coined by the Eugene Garfield, and Web of Science only can assign the term to the respect to publisher which they have archived in the Web of Science. Similarly, of course, there is a lot of controversies happening with the impact factor. Let us not discuss because of the time constraint. The next important metric will comes to the mind is the H index, which is coined by again by the scientist George. You see the definition: a scholar with an index of H has a published H papers which have been cited in other papers at least H times. So such kind of definitions, when you read, definitely you don't understand anything. Let us see directly the practical aspect. I'll open just my own profile, how to calculate an H index. It is very easy formula to calculate an H index. And I'll tell you why, what is the purpose of H index also. I'm opening my Google Scholar profile. Okay, this is my Google Scholar profile. Now you can see in the last 5 years of my career, I have around 97 articles. Okay. Now somebody's question is 97 articles really? I'm a great scientist. I'm a the reputed world renowned scientist. How to evaluate somebody to by me whether these all 97 articles are worthful or not? There the checkpoint comes is the H index. Out of 97, how many are worthful? Right? Remaining how it was just played a game. Maybe a predatory journals, it can be a not impactful research. To do that, an H index comes to the picture. Now further to do calculation, what you have to do is it was kept here as year wise. That means the latest year to the in the previous year. I was started somewhere around 2013. Now 2022. Now just what I will do is I will make this by citations size, highest citations to lowest citations, descending order. What is my H index here? 21. Okay, first I'll tell you what is application. That means out of 97, as per the H index, 21 is really worthful. Remaining and all, God knows. 21 is the real worthful papers. How this number has arrived here is all my 97 articles was kept in the descending order of the citations. Highest citations which was received maximum by me was 240, then 47, 97 or whatever. Just start counting this. How many numbers? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. 22 article having less than the serial number citations. Try to understand. The 21st article having 21 citations equal. So the H index formula is, as we keep the serial number wise in the descending order of your citations, the serial number should have match your citations equal to or more than equal to. That means the 22nd article should have 22 citations or more than 22. So it was stopped here. It indicates out of the 97 articles, 21 articles are really having some good impact it was receiving. See, that's what there is no universal measure to metrics. You can also derive some other formula tomorrow. There is no problem. For the top 22% scientists, which was seen in the introductory slide, from the Stanford University, they have some metrics. Some scientists have derived, the bibliometrician, the mathematician has derived some metrics to calculate, to categorize the scientist. Similarly, we can also come up with some other metric system. There is no universally accepted metric system. As per the H index, this is the calculation, keeping the citations in the descending order, where the serial number should have the same number of citations or more than that, there your H index stop, their weight will be calculated. If you are not agreeing with me, once you finish the session, go to your profiles and just search what is the rich index and keep the same, do the same thing, keeping the things in the descending order, where your serial number is matching with your citation. That could be your H index, and that the definition which they given here in the previous slide. Okay, that's another way of having the H index. So only impact factor and H index? No, there are thousands of metrics are available. Not only the impact factor H index, like I-10 index, Mago general ranking, source normalized impact per paper, SNP, H index. There are other metrics are available. But when it comes to the major publishers like the Web of Science, the index service like Web of Science, Scopus or Google Scholar, they have a profound the terminologies. For Web of Science it is impact factor, for Scopus it is H index, for Google Scholar it is I-10 index. Again, I-10 index also like that. I-10 index is nothing but if you have again 97 papers, at least how many papers received minimum 10 citations, right? I don't want to go back again to the my page. You can again calculate how many papers have received minimum 10 citations, maybe 10 papers, 20 papers. That could be my H index. And if you keep goes, there are n number of metrics are available. Like here you can see the M index, E index, H index, or whatever it is. But profoundly, this 1 or 2 impact factor, H index, or the I-10 index was the most profound to the scientific community. Here I want to say one thing is H index have some few drawbacks. Maybe the young researchers like you, because you have just started the career and you have just published a paper, it took a long time to cited by the community, right? Immediately you don't have H index. When I started my H index, I'm seeing every year it is not increasing. I'm get worried. What is this? Second year also 1, 2, 3. Slowly all of a sudden I can see the graph bigger because it takes time the papers to be cited by the community. So you all have to be a little patient, when you want to have good H index. It takes few time. Once you started getting the articles, you will get improved H index, right? So this is a small table, which what are the metrics and how to applicable to for other impact factor is not applicable. We used to call it cumulative impact factor. If you have 100 publications and 50 publications are in the impact factor journals, you can just accumulate what total impact factor. You don't have separate impact factor, only journals impact factor. Similarly, journals sometimes don't have I-10 index. SNP and SGR is not applicable for others. It is only applicable for ranking the journals. Next is where you can find the author metrics. By this time, of course, everybody of it is not the Google Scholar, because as I said, Google Scholar will cite everything. All the 97 papers which I don't have is the the good articles. If you open my Scopus profile, it is only 68, and if you open my Web of Science, it is around 45 plus something. So it goes. The stringent room having only 45 in hand. In my profile, the mid room, the Scopus, I have cited, I have my 68 articles. If I go to the Google Scholar, I have 97 articles. So it's my own hand. If I want to, so if somebody don't knows anything research, I'll just directly show to my Google Scholar and say I have 97 articles. If some researchers comes very carefully, I will go in showing the Web of Science Scopus publisher. So everywhere it is there, but definitely the Google Scholar, because it has a lot of demerits of taking all the articles into the account. So the Thomson Reuters provide the research ready and the Scopus provide the arc ready. Even the Scopus one can able to log in inside, and of course our university also have subscribed the Scopus. One can able to see the metrics. So now the peer reviewing process, how it takes, how the journals are just giving fraudulent results. They are going to peer review. The moment you submit the paper to any journal, 3 things will happen at the journal website. An editorial reviewer paper himself or herself. First, editor will see. What editor will see? He will not read the paper. His job is only to see whether that will matches the scope of the journal or not. It's a cancer journal, you are submitting an Alzheimer's paper. He himself first reject. But rather than that, he don't bother much into the paper. Then if he okay, he assigns to the assistant editor, associate editors. These associate editors will assign the papers to the peer reviewers. So this is what happens. So the scientists will do like us, will do some study. We submit to the journal. The journal will submit to the chief editor, associate editor. These will submit to the reviewers. They'll send some revisions, or sometimes they'll directly reject. It is a typical picture in the elsewhere which I took. It has a lot of process, second reviewer, third reviewer, rejections, revisions. It's a long journey, right? A couple of months, 2 years together. Then how can you say one journal is saying 2 to 3 days if I accept and 1 week if you publish? How can you believe such kind of journals? They're doing peer reviewing process or not? Make sure such kind of revisions, especially the screenshot which I kept here, such kind of revisions, when you get it, they're peer reviewed journals. And you can all have, when somebody has some experience, when you publish such kind of journals, when you submit the paper, it is different. When it comes to the publishing part, it is completely different. They will do a lot of changes, lot of corrections. When you submit, do you think you are right? But when it goes to the hands of many reviewers, there have been a lot of additions and deletions. Finally, what the structure you submit and what the structure it will publish is completely varies. But that is the correct structure, because their paper will be reviewed by the people who are working in your area from long ago. They knows the right way to correct your paper. Okay, so that is a standard reviewing, peer reviewing process. If any journals don't do such process, it is not a true journal. Now the big word, the types of authors. Who is the first author, who is the corresponding author, and who is the co-author. So finally, when you give some struggle, and finally when you write an article, this problem where all of a sudden authors will start entering inside the paper, you are not there while you are writing a paper, right? Remember, on golden thumb rule, let it be how many authors in the paper. The two heroes are the first author and the corresponding author. The first author and the corresponding author. The first author is the one who writes the paper, who drafts the paper, who done the work. The corresponding author is the one who have designed the work, who have hypothesized the work, who have guided the work, which is nothing but the guide. But here the corresponding author is the responsible author, the contact author for the publishers or the other community to contact. Because you can also find, sir, I will also give my email ID, why I have to give my guide email ID only, right? After PhD you go off, after PhD you will go off, you are somewhere. Who is the responsible is the guide, obviously sitting here. He has to give the answers to the community. Tomorrow something wrong results which I kept in the manuscript, the guide has been guided that. So I am the responsible to my student, my work which was published, because the students will just comes and goes. I am doing my research on diabetic wounds from last 7 years. I will continue next 70 years also if it is possible. I will answer the questions right away neatly than the first author. So first author is the one who performs the experiment. The correspondent is the one who helped that, who guided that, everything will be there. And of course, apart from this, the gift authors will always be there, who done a partial work, a small work, maybe just paying some amount to the the authors or whatever it is. Those can be included. There is no problem at all. But remember, again, I'm saying the heroes are the first and corresponding author. When you go to the higher education levels, maybe the PG and PhD, when you enroll, nowadays they're giving one more column called how many papers you have a first author, how many papers you have a corresponding author. If you have 100 papers also, they don't bother. They will only see how many you have first author, how many do you have corresponding author. Okay, that matrix also will come to the picture. Right. The small slide, there are different publishers are there, around the world based upon the quantity of journals which they have in the hand. I'm talking about publishers. I'm not talking about indexing services. Nowhere the Web of Science corpus comes here. They are just only giving the rankings to the journal based upon their metrics. I'm talking about the publishers. You studied some book, some textbook backside they will be written in the published by some publisher from India. Similarly, like books, the journals also will be published by the publisher. The major game players like Elsevier, Springer, William Blackwell, Taylor, Francis, and Sage. And the minor, again, I'm differentiating major and minor not depending on the performance. It is only depending upon the number of journals which they hold in their hand. Elsewhere having huge, right? When you have an article in the hand ready, go to the Elsewhere search, you will be getting 20 suggestions journals. When you do the same search in the Springer, you'll get only 15. When you do in the ACS, you'll get hardly 1 or 2 because the number of publishers is there in the hand. Right. The next one is the self citations and their limits. Now, in order to improve your H index, in order to improve your impact factor, the number of citations, and to become a top 2% scientist in the world, these are all. Remember one thing I'll tell you: you take impact factor, you take H index, I-10 index, SNP, SJ, or whatever it is there. These are all playing with one point is called as citations. Only citations, whatever the formula you take it, right? So if you want to be placed in the top authors, what you have to do? You have to improve the citations. So what people will do? They will start citing their own articles. Of course, I'm working in diabetic wounds. So next year, some of my scholar has written the article on diabetic. What I will tell you, cite all my 30 articles instead, so that it becomes 30, 60. Just multiply and see. But journals have a checkpoint. The publishers have a checkpoint. They'll check it. Usually, they'll allow around 10 to 15% of the limit. More than that, definitely they will get a mail to you. You remove all your articles, just like that you cited. You cannot cite this many of your self articles. They have a checkpoint. They'll definitely make it to the picture. And one more thing I want to emphasize here is citing an author and your own name. Being Indian, our names are very problematic. If you see my name, Karri Veera Venkat Satyanarayana Reddy, being arthritis, we have very huge name. So what happens in initial my career, when I see the scopus, I have different profiles: Reddy one profile, Karri one profile, Satya one profile. So what is this nonsense? Then I just seen the journal's common, logic science behind, the thing is you have to remember is two names. Anybody in the India have only two names. First name, your name. Last name, it may be the surname. In Tamil Nadu, it is the father name. In our name, it is a surname in different states. Okay. The first name is very important. You read your name there, then the last name. Don't abbreviate anything. If you have a long name, you don't abbreviate. Because I said different journals will take up into a different manner. They start re-abbreviating in different way. You write the full name. Now, if you see my Scopus profile, which has 68 articles in a single page, I don't have any missed articles. I'll be regularly checking into that. I am maintaining one name, my big name. The last name is Curry. The first name is the Veeravenkateswara Reddy, whatever it is. That will continue because in future, a lot of confusion will happen. A complexity will create in your profile. Where is the articles are going? I am publishing, it is not reflecting in my profile because you get different articles, different names. You make one article. If you are a fresh researcher, mid-level career researcher, you make your name one format. Last name is this, first name is this. So whenever journal asking first name and last name, don't bother with middle name. Don't touch. That's why here also you can see any journal. I'm promising you, they will not make any star mark on the middle name. They don't ask. They don't make it compulsory. What is your first name? What's your last name? If you make it like that, your citation will be proper. Your count will be proper. Your profile will be drastically. Because this not only in my career, I said many of the people they have this problem in the earlier career research. They start complaining, my papers are missing because of the reason is this. They have different profiles in the Scopus. You cannot able to search where is your article went. So make a single name into the your name into the single format. You start using the same name into your entire career. So we are reaching into the last parts of the session, the final one. Tools while you're preparing the manuscript. Right. I'm not discussing a lot of tools. Few couple of tools are mandatory. You should acquire. If university also not acquiring, you should acquire it. You should purchase it. It is very less amount only. The first tool in that was formatting references. So why this is important is, I still remember when I'm doing PhD, I written an article which has shown you the review article on diabetic foods, which has around 350 citations I gave. Where is the problem I have came to the picture is, first time when I uploaded the rejected, they told, so obviously what I have to upload the other journal. Now completely they asked to change the citation format. So instead of writing my article, I am spending most of the time to changing the citations. Some journals will say first 3 others followed by ital. Some journals will say only semicolon. After a year, full stop. There are a lot of citation styles are there, like Vancouver style, APA style, or whatever it is. So now okay, but in the earlier days, I'm saying people used to do that. They started only formatting, just backspace, enter, comma, full stop, backspace, enter, comma, full stop. This formatting only they used to spend time. But you have a referencing software for the respective journal. You just click on the referencing software, which journal, which publisher uploading. Automatically in front of your just a couple of seconds, enter 350 articles. The citation is going to be changed just like that. You just do it. Initially, it was. But you start doing it, it's not at all a difficult task. It takes only 1 day of time. Okay. Second thing is a Grammarly check. Way long ago, I'm saying maybe 5 years ago, all the articles used to reject because of only grammar, because we are not the native English speaking others. My mother language is Telugu, Kannada, Tamil Nadu, or whatever it is. I cannot write it. That's what I can, from our point of view, it is very correct English. When really the English person read only, you will come to know whether it's a real English or what are the English it is. So those days we don't have any softwares. We used to depend on the foreign authors. My friends who was working in other universities abroad, I used to ask them to correct the paper and give. Now we don't have any such kind of problem. Grammarly is there, Ginger is there. Just subscribe. Individual subscription only matters of 1,000 rupees per year. You can even correct your emails. You can correct your manuscripts, your student assignments, or your friends works, whatever is there, in a matter of seconds. Because what happens is, I'll tell you. I'll come back to the slides. You can see here, the three, let us say the publishers have been located in America, British and Canadian. The same word was written by how many ways in the different countries. Now in the Ginger of the Grammarly software, you can able to select which country you are preferring that. Accordingly, it will also format as per the nomenclature it was. Okay, there are many aspects like this which will make the manuscript to be just like that rejected because of the English, because they start reading, they don't understand any sense behind that. Okay. So there are n number of reference softwares are there. Again, the business people, the game changers, the Thomson Reuters Scopus, they are always in the competitive mode. They have released the EndNote for the referencing software. For the Scopus, it is Mendeley. And there are n number of reference software is there. If you don't have subscription for maybe Then note you can able to use the Jotiro software is there, which is the online tool. There is a SOP written here again at the times constraint. I'm not showing that video. Jotiro can be used in a better way because the different tenses has to be used in the different aspects. Abstract use present tense, introduction you have to use the present tense with the active voice. So these are all can be done with the help of definitely the writing softwares. So there are free softwares are available, there are paid softwares also available. And of course, finally the plagiarism, which previous session Sir was saying, nowadays without plagiarism check you cannot publish. I still remember when I'm doing my PhD, when my guide asked to collect some literature, I collected a literature on some transdermal patches. I wondered 12 journals, the same article, same introduction, same section, same conclusion, same the citations also. 12 journals, the same articles was published in the 12 journals. That time there is no plagiarism, all those kinds of things. Anybody, the same paper can be duplicated and published in n number of journals. Now that era is gone. Even the Indian predatory journals are asking the plagiarism certificate. Or else they have already subscribed to the plagiarism, they're checking it. So nowhere you can able to just cut, copy, paste. You have to write by your own words, including a small Indian predatory journal. Now again, there is a lot of differences between the different plagiarism software like Authenticate, Turnitin, and free softwares. I suggest don't use any free softwares for the plagiarism check. Why some softwares are free and why some softwares are highly paid? If you see our university has subscribed to Turnitin, why it was highly paid? Because the access which they have to the the domain. For suppose free software will search your text with the what are the text available in the Google only, right? But they don't have access to the Springer, they don't have access to the any other publishers because they have to pay it. Authenticate and even the Turnitin will do that. They have access to all the publishers. That's why when you check a plagiarism in a free software, when you get only 10%, the same text when you check in the purchase software, you'll get 50% if you wondered, because they will go into the search of every resources, they will take out from where you have taken that. So strongly it is preferred to just check your plagiarism with the subscribed softwares. And of course, the rephrasing softwares, which is more funny to use. And see, one thing you have to understand is initially some of the student which he came to the picture to me and is asking, sir, I can write at a time some 100 articles. I asked, what is the contents which you have? You are saying you can write 5 to 100, 50 to 100 articles. He said, I found out a new tool called rephrasing, sir. I'll just put it inside. It will just like a sugar cane. It will crush and it will be nice juice. I'll just start selling it. That will not happen at all. Rephrasing softwares is for the bloggers, internet. Even internet also having this plagiarism problem. I have a website for clothes, like cloth selling. Other also having the website on cloth selling. I should give some introduction about my website. What I can do is I can take from other website, I can paste here. That also plagiarism. I should read by my own. I am not a academician. I am not a English profound author. How I can do is I can use that in the rephrasing software. Just they'll change the sentence I'll give. But for the research purpose, rephrasing softwares are just not like that, cannot be used. It has a lot of problems. I'll tell you a single example why it cannot be used. So we have an instrument called scanning electron microscopy, which is one of the instruments that can be used to check the particle size. It's an electron microscope, basically. Even I tried by myself to change the plagiarism so that I can easily write it and I can make it. So in that one line was, the nanoparticles has to be coated on a grid plate so that we can see through the microscope what is the nanoparticles in that gold plate. When I given to the rephrasing software, it was written as the nanoparticles has been painted on the gold plate, which has a lot of difference. Because in general perspective, both the sentences are okay, coated or painted, right? In home violence, you are coated or you are painted. What is the difference? But in the science, come to the picture, it has a lot of differences. There are a lot of things going to be changed. You should be very cautious. The references softwares you can use when you stuck, because what happens is when you start writing it, because rather than doing a research, writing an article, thinking by your own without any plagiarism is a big problem. One point of view, when you get saturated, let us try a thing while opening some rephrasing software. That's even I used to do sometimes when I write. I'll get frustrated. How many times I'll spending the time, only just rephrasing the sentences, which sometimes which makes the meaning also wrong, right? But when you do that, you do it. When you're doing, be cautious that words which they are giving, which has a lot of impact while others are reading it, right? So many more tools are there. That few first tutors are very much important. The rephrasing, the grammar, or whatever it is. These are all additional tools. So, you know about general citation reports already I said. So finally, the take home message is there is no universally accepted metrics, you know, for any other. So in their point of view, it is fancy. For suppose example, I'll tell you, in Indian, maybe the funding agency, they mask only the impact factor, maybe the Web of Science journals. But if you go to the some of the other countries, they don't have such kind of stringent, you know, to accept only the Web of Science or whatever. They'll see what kind of output you have done by seeing your paper only they can tell. But unfortunately, there are some limitations here and there. Now we should be able to publish in impact factor journals only. It was projected as a good paper, but there is no universally accepted metric, such kind of thing. And these are the different references which I took to prepare the slides. So finally, one reminder is you don't have such kind of, you know, mails. Please put into the spam, Dasara offer, Diwali offers for articles. That is not the science. You can see one journal has sent me an invitation. Some Dasara offer they're giving some percentage, and also they told within 1 or 2 days they'll publish. Don't believe such kind of fake journals. Publish in good journal, because your work is going to be drainage finally if you don't have a good journal which your work is published. Maybe your work can have a good impact on the society, but because of the pressure, if you are publishing in a non-index journals or non-peer-reviewed journals which doesn't have any impact. So this is the time for the questions. Anything you can ask. Thank you. Questions? Any questions? Even though I covered many, definitely you'll be having the questions. If you are a young researcher, mid-career researchers, please ask me. I'm happy to address that. Yes, ma'am. Yeah. Yes, ma'am. So ma'am's question was about the Web of Science as corpus and what is the current status of PubMed. No, you can able to rank this site indexing services like PubMed is there, Ebusco is there. Now, why this Web of Science as corpus was the real picture in today's thing is the majority of the publishers, the majority of the articles was indexed in both the indexing services. For suppose, I asked my student to write a review article on diabetic wounds. Now, what is this role is you have to start searching. Now, if I give 5 to 6 databases, it will start confusing because every database will have different kinds of articles, different quantity of articles. The one-stop solution to get all the articles is either you can go to the Scopus or Web of Science. Actually, the thing is why we are not searching regular in Web of Science is it like costly affair. Recently, only university again they resubscribed for Web of Science. We don't have that. We have before COVID the Web of Science subscription. Now again we have resubscribed it. But Scopus every time we have, and Scopus we get maximum number of articles. The thing is, I'll tell you again, the impact factor was given fine, but the journals which is not indexed in the Web of Science is not like, you know, they are not great. The thing is, I said they are stringent guidelines, and also they have to pay huge amount. So all the journalists don't have, you know, such, you know, a thing in the hand to pay it. So what they will do is they will not come to the Web of Science. Where they are going, obviously Scopus, which is again mid-range, and also they have you know the can accept many number of publishers. So even PubMed is there, you can search it. There is no issues in Ebusco. There are many others are there, but the standard one-point solution is either you can refer Web of Science as Scopus to get the maximum articles. So no need of going to multiple places because it's, you know, takes time to do it. Or else any database you can look into that. But since Scopus or Web of Science, only reason is you'll get the maximum articles which was there in the domain, which is an ideal articles. Yes, ma'am. Yeah. Yeah. Which you are talking about the citations. This, yeah. Oh, you want to take picture? Okay, okay.
Sir,
Yeah, I'll share, sir. I'll share with reference.
so recently I have come across certain journals which come up with a lot of special issues. So it might be good for the journal from the journal's point of perspective, but when it comes to us as publishers, so with the journal having such high APC charges as well as a large amount of special issues coming in. So would you consider that particular situation as a predatory thing, or is it okay to publish in such kind of?
Yes. Thank you for the question. So the thing here, one thing you have to remember before answering this question is, you forget about the predatory journals. Nowhere predatory, if they give special issue, super special issue also, don't bother about it. Okay, let us not touch it. Now the regular journals, these journals also I can classify into two types. One is the subscribed journals, sorry, not journals, publisher itself I'm classifying. One is the subscribed publishers, another one is the paid publishers. I'll tell examples. Hindavi you take it, Sage you take it, BMC you take it, and one more was there. So whatever the journals which they're having in this publishers all are open only. We have to pay at any cost the article processing charges. Subscribed journals you don't need to pay and do it. So these special issues are nowhere a different thing than that of regular issues. Sometimes what happens is they'll get huge collection of articles. They cannot accommodate because as per the standard norms, I said 10 to 15 articles only. Since it is coming, you cannot accept just like that. That's a standard way of articles acceptance. Now these extra articles will be kept in the special issues. Sometimes there is a current topic happening in the area. Let us say cervical cancer, you take it, or COVID, you take it. So for that, they'll give a special call, okay, to get more articles, because the journal also don't want to lose some good research. For that only they give the special call. These publishing charges will be depend on only publishers. If it is open access publishers like the Hindavi or MDP, I forget the MDP publishers, you have to pay. It may be special issue or normal issue. For the subscriber journals, the special issues or normal issues, both are going to be same. They don't ask any money. Got it? So it depends on the publisher only. If it is an open access publisher, they will ask money for both. For the normal journals, subscriber journals, they don't ask any special, the article processing fees for the subscriber journals. It may be for the regular issue or the special issue. Any other questions? Thanks for the question. Any other? I'm happy if you ask more questions. Fine. Thank you very much once again.
Thank you, sir, for such a wonderful and an informative session. Hope all of you got a better understanding about our approach to publications. And all of you didn't want to make sir happy by asking questions. Okay, now the lunch is arranged. I request all of you to get back to the session by 2:30. And your presence in time, please sit down. Your presence in time and for all the sessions are highly appreciable. So I request now Mr. Shailendra and Mr. Mahendra to please do the honors for our speaker.
So before closing the session, I just want to give my special thanks to our librarian Shailendra. He's the one made me to be stand here. And the last minute only asked, I want to share my knowledge with all the constituent colleagues. Thanks to Shailendra. Thank you very much.
It was a representation from his own side. Thank you, sir. It was really wonderful. Thank you, sir. Thank you. The next session is about the research visibility, strategies and techniques. And it is done by Dr. B.T. Sampath Kumar, and my colleague is going to introduce. Thank you.
Good afternoon, one and all. Dr. B.T. Sampath Kumar sir is a professor in the Department of Studies, Research in Library and Information Science, Tumkur University, Tumkuru, India. He has the rare distinction of achieving first rank in MSc, Library and Information Science, and receiving a gold medal. He pursued his PhD degree from Kuampu University and also obtained postgraduate diploma in computer science from University of Hyderabad, Telangana. Dr. B.T. Sampath Kumar sir has published more than 150 research papers in international and national reputed journals and seminars, conference proceedings. He has received ILAPV Forgish Award for the best research paper published in ILA Bulletin. He also received Best Academic LIS Professional Award by Library Professional Association during ICOLA 2019 at Sardar Patel University, Gujarat. He served as a Registrar in Charge, Dean, Faculty of Science and Technology, Director, College and Development Council, Deputy Registrar, Academic Section, Special Officer, Academic Section, Syndicate Member of Academic Council Member of Tumkur University, Tumkuru. He also served as a Assistant Director, Prasarangana of Kuampu University. At present, he is serving as Director, Planning, Monitoring and Evolution Board, Tumkur University, Tumkuru. His interested area of research are ICT, search engines, webometrics, web designing, and internet use. I welcome you, sir.
Am I audible? Very good afternoon to all. I know very well it's very difficult to sit in the classroom or in the auditorium after the lunch. In fact, whenever I start to speak on any topic in the afternoon, I used to ask one question: mother and teacher. Compared to mother, compared to teacher, who is great? Mother is great. In my opinion, as a teacher is always great. I will tell you the reason. A mother makes a child to sleep in the home. A teacher makes the whole auditorium, makes the whole classroom to sleep. That's the beauty behind the teacher. Now tell me, who is great? A couple of minutes back you told mother is great. But at this moment I should not be great, because if I become great, I have made all of you to sleep in the auditorium. I should not be. So thank you so much. So before jumping to the topic, let me thank profusely the Vice Chancellor of this university, the registrar, and all my learned colleagues for inviting me to deliver a lecture on the topic, very important topic of course, that is research visibility, strategies and technique. Before that, pranam to Jagat Guru Sri Shivaratri Deshi Kendra Mahaswamiji is a great human being, great educationist. So with this, before I start, what exactly the research visibility and why do we need research visibility, we shall have a preamble on what is the role of a researcher. Of course, I came to that most of the scholars are from different disciplines like a pharmacy or from medical science or even from other interdisciplinary subjects. So what is the role of a research scholar or researcher? Very important role is doing good research. Because as a researcher, what we have to do? We have to do good research. Later, we have to publish the research content in any form, maybe in a scholarly art, maybe in the scholarly journal, maybe in a conference volume, maybe in the seminar volume, maybe in the form of book. We have to publish. So these are two very important roles we have to play in the scholarly world. One is doing good research. Later, we have to publish the same research in any form. After that, very important another role is we have to promote, we have to publicize, we have to advertise our own research content in different platforms. One thing what is happening in the scholarly world is we are doing these two. I mean, we are doing good research. Of course, we are also publishing many articles in different scholarly journals. But personally, I feel that to some extent, we have failed to advertise, to promote, or even to publicize our own research in different platforms. Because we know very well different platforms like academic social network sites, maybe Facebook, maybe WhatsApp, maybe Mendeley, maybe even ResearchGate. So these are the different platforms we have today. We have failed to promote our own articles, our own research content in such platform. That's why they don't have more visibility to the scholarly community where we have failed. So keeping in view, today I decided to speak on the topic, what exactly research visibility? Why do we need research visibility? And what are the different platforms as a researcher, as a student of postgraduate subject? What are the platforms I have to use to showcase my ideas so that the research community across the globe can see who are you and what are you, what are the articles you have published. So this is called the research visibility. Of course, before I speak about the research visibility, let us understand what exactly visibility. I think you're all visible to me. I'm all visible to you, because visibility is a state of being visible. How well the things or a person are visible, are able to see, or we can say to dig the degree to which something has attracted the general attention. That is called visibility. When it comes to the research visibility, that is entirely different. So research visibility is nothing but what? How well the scholarly articles, scholarly papers, or any scholarly content are visible to the scholarly community. Because once you publish an article in a journal, that has to reach a person who is in different places. If it is possible when you have made it visible to the others. Once you publish an article, if you keep somewhere, it may not be visible to others. Unless the people see what you have done, there is no meaning in doing the research. That's why it is a responsibility of the researcher to make visible of his own articles, of his own research content, so that the people can appreciate you. You have done something in your subject domain. So here, how well the scholarly articles or scholarly content of a researcher are visible to the scholarly community is called research visibility. In other words, to what extent the research articles are noticed by the research community in the scholarly world. So that exactly the research visibility. And of course, why once you make it visible to others, so what is the benefit? Many times the scholars will ask me, sir, if I give more publicity, if I promote our own research content in different platforms, what happens? You will get more citations. The articles will be downloaded. Because normally, olden days, a couple of years back, if any researcher has published 100 articles, he might have got more credit. So this is a person who has published 100 articles. But today, the number of articles published by a scholar is not at all important unless he or she has written more citations. Today, citation plays a significant role to assess the quality of articles he or she has published. So unless you make your own article visible to the scholarly community, your article may not be downloaded. So you can download more articles. I mean, the scholarly community can download more articles. They can read your own article and they will be published in the highly reputed journals, and you will be succeeded in the research career. So we need a research visibility. So here, very important three things already I have mentioned. The very important role of a researcher is to prepare the manuscript. Okay. Later, what he has to do? He has to promote. Always, please keep in mind, once you publish an article, it has to be promoted. I will tell you what are the different platforms you can use to promote your own articles. Later, you will get more citations. Recently, one professor came to my chamber. He was asking, Sampath, I have published 170 articles, but I have got hardly 17 citations. What's the reason behind that? I told two reasons. You might have not done the research up to the mark. That's why you might have not got more citations. And moreover, you might have not promoted your own articles in different platforms, so that the people might have not noticed what you have published. See, we have to do better research. Automatically, the citation will come to my account. Later, we have to give promotion or publicize our own article in different platforms. Then I will get the citations. So being a researcher, we have to write articles, we have to promote it, then only we can get the citations. Take an example of any product in the market. Boost, all of you might have done that. Okay, Boost is the secret of my energy. Many people have told, many celebrities, including Sachin, Dhoni, as well as today, who is Kohli. They're all telling. Why this Boost has become more popular product? Due to the content, probably one of the reasons, but because of the publicity. Normally, our mindset is that which product is more advertised, you may prefer more. Probably in your home, your kid may demand more Boost than the Bournvita. Why? He can see the Boost advertisement more than any other product. So this is how they have advertised. So advertisement plays a significant role to make any product more popular. In the similar way, once you publish an article, you need to publicize. You need to give more promotion to the article so that it will have more visibility. The people can see how this article and by whom this article has been published. So in the same way here, so that's why we have to promote our own research papers. With this introduction, let us see why do we need research visibility. One of the reasons for research visibility is to increase the academic identity. What's academic identity? So it is a distinguishing character or a personality of a person or individual who has got more achievements. Okay, so if you have more visibility, you have more academic identity. So here I have clearly mentioned the research visibility is directly proportional to the academic identity. So I will tell you one reason. So these are the two persons from Tumkur University. See here, two scientists from Karnataka, Tumkur, among the world top 2% scientists leased by Stanford University. Recently, NAC committee visited our university. I was the member of the committee. I went personally to the airport. As and when the chairperson of the NAC peer committee saw my face, he asked, "Are you Nagbhushan?" I told, "I'm not Nagbhushan, I'm Dr. Sampath Kumar." Why he asked Nagbhushan? Because Nagbhushan was the top scientist. Okay, because he's 2% scientist listed by the Stanford University. He thought he might have come to resume the person. See, the academic identity is directly proportional to the research visibility, or research visibility will be directly proportional to the academic identity. Now, to have more academic identity, we need to have more research visibility. You will be identified by the scholarly people on the scholarly world because of the scholarship. Unless we have a scholarship, you will not be noticed, you will not be identified. So we need to have more academic identity. Unless we have more research visibility, you cannot have. So we need this to establish expertise. As a potential author, you need to establish your expertise with others. And moreover, in order to establish your expertise, you need to enhance the research visibility of the research work. So if you increase the research visibility, definitely the expertise will be automatically increased. For that reason, we need to have the more research visibility. Another reason behind the research visibility is that to have more potential collaborators and co-authors. So recently, being a faculty of library science, we used to do many works related to authorship pattern. We used to do research on authorship pattern. If you take Indian people or any faculty working in different subjects or universities, most of them may not have the international collaboration. Why we don't have international collaboration? Because we have not published many articles in scholarly journals in international level, so that we cannot have more international collaboration. In some institutions, maybe in IISc, maybe in IITs, maybe in some your institution, you may have more international collaboration. When it comes to the universities, they may not have more international collaboration. Why? Unless you publish your own articles in international journals or scholarly journals, the people across the globe cannot identify you. Who are you? Once you publish your article in a scholarly journal, definitely the people will identify you. So in order to increase the visibility, we have definitely the collaboration as well as the co-authorship. Because recently I was looking at some elsewhere journals. Most of the Americans have published articles with UK people. Most of the UK scientists have published their articles with Australian people. But when it comes to our own country, very less people. I am not telling that not all, very to some extent only few faculty, few scientists could publish articles with international collaboration, because we may not have more visibility than the people of other countries. So therefore, they are so far away from me people. So yesterday I was talking about the Google Scholar and Google. Okay, so Google was invented by the PhD scholars of a university in US. I think all of you know very well. Google is a wonderful search engine, mainly used to search various information. Okay, it was derived from the word Google, G-O-O-G-O-L, because 1 followed by 100 zeros is called Google. From that word, it has been derived, Google. The PhD scholar of US university have designed Google. In our India, we teach how to use Google for our PhD students. Do you know? Because as a research scholar, I have told very many times how to use Google. Many times, a boy sitting in the last row, he may ask, "Sir, tell me how to type Google in caps letters or small letters." He may ask. But Google was a search engine designed by or invented by PhD scholar of US, whereas we people, including myself, we have not done anything up to the mark. We are teaching how to use Google for our own students. So this is the situation what we face in India. Yes, I think morning questions was telling that compared to Indonesia, we have good facilities, but we are not focusing more on the research. Okay, so in order to have more potential collaboration, co-authorship, we need to have more research visibility, and moreover to become familiar personality. What is familiar personality? If you type your name in the Google, how many search results you have got, that shows the familiarity of your name to the Google. Okay, so how to get more research search hits in the Google? If you publish more of articles, if you have presented many papers in national, international conferences, definitely your name will come in the Google many times. So unless you publish your articles in scholarly journals, you will not become a familiar personality. So here, number of web pages retrieved on your name in the search engine speak about the popularity of your research paper. Okay, so many times I requested faculty working in various universities, type your name in the Google, let me know how many search hits you have got. If you have got more, you are more familiar and popular research scholar across the globe. So when you have made your research content in different platforms, you may become more popular. So in order to become familiar personality across the globe, we need to increase the research visibility. So if the articles are not made available in the different academic, social, networking sites, definitely there will be less visibility. So my sincere request to all of you, you have to promote, you have to publicize your own research contents in different platforms. I will tell you later what are the different platforms we can use to make our own articles to the scholarly world. To help the budding research scholars, we need research visibility. See, once you publish an article, you should not keep in the file. We have to upload the content to the academic, social, networking sites. One thing is, it will be more popular for me. It will be more useful for the budding researchers. They can look into your content. They may try their level best to do something based on the research content that you have published in the journal article. So in order to help the budding research scholars, you need to share the research papers in the social media. Your research experience will help them to do better research. As a senior researcher, you need to help the budding researcher. For that, we must have the visibility, research visibility. Another reason for the research visibility is to get the research productivity, that is called quantity. Citation speaks about the quality. You may publish n number of articles. Those articles should not be treated as numbers. During Corona time, our students have got more number, not marks. Do you agree with me? Because I was asking my neighbor, he got 19.99. I told, is it a mark or number? He told number, uncle, not marks. Why? Because during Corona period, most of the students have got numbers, not marks. So if you publish more number of articles, that become number only. Unless you get citations, it will not be converted into article. So I will tell you in a very simple manner. A medical scientist has invented one tablet which has been used by thousands of people. Another medical scientist has invented thousands of tablets. It has not been used by himself. Who is great? Who is great? Who is great? Second or first one? Yes. A medical scientist who invented only one tablet has been used by different people because of the popularity, because of the good content. Other medical scientist has invented thousands of tablets. No tablet has been used by himself or family member or by anybody. That is called social impact. That is called social implication. So in the same way, we need to have more citations than the number of articles. So here, very two important terminology normally we need to understand in research. One is research productivity. Next is citation. What is research productivity? Number of articles that we have published during a couple of years or in its own lifespan. That is called research productivity. For example, I published 150 articles so far. My research productivity is 150. Probably I might have got 1,376 citations. That refers to the social implication. I mean, 1,376 times my articles are cited by someone. That shows, okay, to some extent, only to some extent, my articles are utilized or used by other scholarly community. So here, research productivity refers to what? Quantity. Citation refers to quality. So we need to give more priority for the citations, not for the research productivity. Recently, the trend has come. So I have to publish minimum 10 articles this year. Of course, you can, but those articles must be very relevant to the scholarly world or society. Keeping in view the demands of the society, we have to do research. Not for our own sake, but most of the time in our university, I'm not talking about the medical science. In our own university, our students will do PhD. Only two benefits: benefit to the guide, benefit to the research scholar. Okay, earlier I produced 7 students. He is another one, 8 candidate I have produced, and he got PhD. And we cannot see a smile face when he is going to get the mark certificate from the chancellor of the university because he has not worked anything at all. That is happening. That should not be. Otherwise, definitely the people will look at us in a different angle, in a different way. That should not be. We have more responsibility in the research. We have to do it well. Then only we will get more citations. And H index. So if the H index is more, definitely research visibility will be very high. I will tell you later what exactly H index. And next is I-10 index. It's another research metrics. Normally we used to say he has more visibility. Here we have to maintain the sanctity and quality. Then only we can have more this one. So that's what I told. Research productivity and the citations. The research productivity refers to the number of articles published by a faculty or a research scholar or a scientist or any person. That is called productivity. This is called the citations. The citation is number of times. How many times the articles are cited by other researchers or faculty members in this scholarly literature. That is called citations. So I need to have more citations than the research productivity. If I have more productivity, less citations, definitely I will be treated as a junk author. There is no quality articles published by that person. It will happen. So we need to have more citations than the research productivity. So just I was looking at NIRF. I think all of you know very well the National Institutional Ranking Framework. In this, there are 5 parameters. There are 5 parameters. One is teaching learning resource. Second one is research and professional practice, graduation outcome, outreach and inclusivity, and perception. So these are very important 5 criteria normally considered by the NIRF. So thanks to all JSS family for getting more score in the NIRF, because yesterday I was searching for this NIRF ranking. The JSS Medical College has got 34th rank in the country. I must be thankful to all the faculty, including Vice Chancellor, the registrar, and all librarians, research scholars, students who have done a wonderful work to push this particular university or college to the greater heights. 34th rank. Really, it's a great and commendable job the faculty of this institution have done it. See, in case of research, there are 5 parameters. In case of research, again, there are 4 sub-parameters. One is combined metric for publications. See, here the research visibility play a very important role. Combined metric for publications, not number of publications. The people of NAT or NIRF will not consider your articles, number of articles. They will consider the combined metric for the publication and number of metric for quality publications, QP. See, in the research, again, they have 4 parameters: IPR and patents. Last one is the projects and professional projects. So these are the sub parameters we can see in the research area. See here, in case of this, JSS Medical has got wonderful rank, that is 34th rank in India. See, what is this? Where we failed, of course, I am also family of this institution now. Where we failed, where we were not scored more. PU, publications, QP, IPR, and FPPP. So compare, this is a perception. We have the public have more perception on JSS college. If you go to abroad, you will say I'm from JSS college. Definitely they will identify you. If you go to any place of the country, if you say I'm from JSS, definitely they will see. That's called perception. From the public, it has more. Teaching learning is more. Sir, it is disturbing more. But where we are failed, probably to some extent, not to maximum extent, we failed to get more score in research. Did you notice? See here. I will take AIMS. What is this? Which has got first rank. See, yes. Any difference? No difference except research. Probably, if you increase the number of quality publications from this institution, you will be the first person, the first university or the college to get the first rank. This is only a hiccups we have. Okay, so we have good teaching learning, okay, and perception is good, except this. See, very less marks we have scored, hardly 2.84, 5.22, 1. Here we have got 38. We have got 17, but in case of research, we got less marks. Of course, we have got 34th rank. That's good. It's a commendable job. But when we have good facilities, if you just put some sincere effort to do better research, definitely we can reach the first rank. Because only the difference between this and that is here there are more score 40, 46, and 100% aims. Okay, it's more visibility. So except this, almost all criteria we got same marks. We, in a sense, I am also family of this just now. Definitely, if you put some sincere effort, you may reach second position, third or fourth in next year. Okay. And I will tell you about the JSS Dental College. Okay, I think I could see some of the faculty from Dental College. Thank you, madam. You got 12th place in the NAF rank. So congratulations to your principal and also faculty, research scholars, and students who have worked day and night, because it's not so easy to get the NF rank, because I am also working in university. I am also coordinator of NIRF. we struggled a lot. We couldn't even reach a band of 100 to 150. But really, I feel very happy. Of course, I am positive jealous of you also. Positive jealous, not negative. So because they got 12th rank. So just I was searching for the first rank college. See here, they got more score. They got more score. You can easily notice why we got 12th position. If you work to some extent, definitely you may get first place or second place or third place. See, the difference is here 9.21, sorry, 9.29, 7 and 9. Here 40, 40, 11. Only the difference. Except that we have got same score in all parameters. So definitely I thought that to some extent we are not failed. We couldn't get more score in that area, but we can do so that we can get more score and we can reach the first prize in the NIRF. Okay. Yes. That's why we need to have more visibility. So I will tell you about the H index. So why we need to have more H index, so that there is a direct link between the research visibility and the H index. If the H index is very high, definitely it may influence directly or indirectly to have more research visibility. What is H index? The H index represents the both productivity and the impact of the research work. So it's wonderfully designed by Hirsch. He is a scientist. It is calculated by counting the number of publications for which an author has been cited by other authors at least that same number of times. This is called H index. I will tell you with an example. See here I have given the statistics. So this is called the number of articles by a faculty. This is called number of citations. Okay. First article has got how many citations? 75. Second article 68. Third 65. Fourth 60. 5 45. 6 15. Seventh article has got 12. 8 has got 9. Which article has got equal or more than that citations? Equal number of citations or more than that. That is what? H index. So here H index is 8. See, the idea behind H index is that in order to get 100 H index, my 100 articles should get 100 citations. Did you understand the idea behind H index? See, for example, I want to say my H index is 100. How it is possible? If my 100 articles have got 100 citations, minimum of 100 citations, then my H index will be 100. If I say my H index is 50, my 50 articles have got minimum of 50 citations. All 50 articles have got minimum of 50 citations. Then my H index is 50. So that shows that in order to get more H index, each and every article must be very qualitative and we have to get more citations. So this is the idea or beauty behind the H index. So what another index is? I-10 index. Number of articles received more than 10 citations. Number of articles have got more than 10 citations. For example, here, so 12, 7th article has got 12, 8th article has got 9. What is I-10 index? So because only 7 articles of a research scholar have got more than 10 citations. Another index, I-20 index, more than how many articles have got more than 20 citations. That's called I-20 index. So when you have more H index, definitely I'm damn sure that you will have more research visibility, because normally citations speaks the quality of the articles. If the quality is good, see, no research scholar, no scientist simply quote your article, simply cite your article unless it is very important. See, for example, if I have cited sir article, definitely I have felt that this article has some good content, then only I will quote it, I will use it. That's called the concept of citation. So how many articles have got more than 10 citations, got I index, and which article has got the equal or more than that, that is called H index. So here the definitions tell that the H index is calculated by counting the number of publications for which an author has been cited by other authors at least same number of times, at least. That is called H index. No need to calculate manually. If you create your own Google Scholar profile, definitely it will tell you the H index, I-10 index, and number of citations you have got for your articles, and also total number of citations. See here, Vinay Kumar Rao is a faculty of this college. Yeah, is a faculty. I don't know, because I type JSS Medical College, I got this number. See here, what is the H index? 12. What is that? Is it 12 articles have got 12 citations? Yes, absolutely. I-10 index, 13 articles have got more than 10 citations. So total number of citations, 927. And number of articles he has published, we have to count. Probably it may be less than the citations. Definitely is a good author. So this is how normally we used to count, we used to calculate the H index. So for that, all of you need to create your own Google Scholar profile, because I have seen many people have already created, and some research scholars have not even created their Google Scholar profile. We need to create. See, these are the different platforms we need to use to make our articles visible to the scholarly world. Many students will ask me, sir, I have not published any article. Can I create? Yes, you can. You can. Later, you can publish your article. Automatically, if the article is published in a scholarly journal, it will be included. Otherwise, you can manually include that. Even though you have not published any article, if you are a student, you are a research scholar or a faculty, you have not so far published any article, nothing to worry, you can create it first. Later, if you publish, it will be included in the Google Scholar profile. So being a scholar, being a research scholar, it is my responsibility to promote my own article in different platforms. This is one of the platforms we need to use to make it visible to the scholarly work. So this is called the research Google Scholar profile. And research visibility, how? Now let us see how to make my own article visible to others. Any specific platforms are there? Can I make use of those? Yes, you can. So what are those? See here, how to increase the research visibility. Very importantly, do better research work, because I told very clearly, one professor came to my chamber, he was asking, sir, I published 150 articles, I have not received any citations. The reason is you might have not published good number of articles. You may have not maintained the quality in the article. Unless you maintain the quality, you cannot get more citations. So we need to do better research, publish the articles in a scholarly journals, because in medicine, Elsevier, I think all of you know very well, Elsevier, okay, and also Sage, Taylor Francis, Oxford, many scholarly journals are there. We need to focus only on such journals. Even if you publish an article in a junk journals, it cannot be considered. Normally, NIRF or NAC peer committee will not consider whatever the articles we have published. They will get the data only from the Web of Science database or Scopus database. So then automatically all these junk articles will be filtered. So we have to do better research, and we need to publish articles in scholarly journals and publish the articles in peer-reviewed open access journals. There is a myth. Many scientists, many faculty will ask me, can I publish an article in open access? Of course you can. There are plenty of open access journals are there. They are peer-reviewed journals. The predatory journals are different. Open access journals are different. So you can also choose scholarly, peer-reviewed open access journals to publish your own articles, and you can have to promote your research articles in the seminar as well as the conference, so that you can increase the visibility. So another way of having more visibility is to popularize the research articles in social networking sites, and also you can use academic social networking sites. Recently this concept has come. If you consider Facebook, it's a social networking site. WhatsApp, Twitter, blog, they're all called social networking sites. Recently another platform has come that's called academic social networking site. That is ResearchGate, Publone. Okay, so even your own website, they are called different academic social Vidwan. So these are the different academic social networking sites. They have come up only to share, only to upload your own research papers to the platform, so that it will be visible to different research scholars across the globe. Okay, share your research data in the academic social networking sites. And moreover, in order to have more visibility, we have to focus on the quality and the sanctity of the research. That's very important today, because recently we have seen many predatory journals have come up. Have you heard about the word predatory? Yes, many predatory, they're called low rated or junk journals have come, where they are going to attract the youngsters, young budding researchers. Probably you might have received many mails from the different publishers. Dear Kumar, your article will be published within a week. You can send the manuscript so that we will publish the articles within a week. How can you publish an article within a week, within a day, within something? Recently, I have seen they are going to accept the article within 24 hours and will be published within 72 hours. How it is possible? Unless we evaluate the content, how can they? But they have come, they have grown like a mushroom, and they are misguiding the research scholars to publish their scholarly content in the predatory journals. So we need to follow ethics, and you need to have a quality as well as sanctity. And that's why I told very clearly, you may publish n number of articles, but they should not be treated as number. 150 is a number, is a scholarly articles. So these are the world renowned publishers. One is Emerald, Taylor Francis, Springer, Elsewhere, Nature. So they will have a high impact factor. I will tell you exactly what exactly impact factor. And those journals are indexed in Scopus as well as Web of Science. Once you submit an article to a scholarly journal, they never accept as it is. They evaluate, they fine tune the quality, they judge. Later it will be accepted and published. In case of predatory, without looking at the quality, without looking at the sentence structure, they may publish. Okay, that should not be. So we need to publish the articles in a scholarly journal, because if you publish an article in a scholarly journal, your visibility will be very high. For example, if I publish an article elsewhere, definitely across the globe, the people can see my article. They can see my name. They can see my institution name. Indirectly, I'm helping my institution to have more visibility. Because of me, my institution got more visibility because I publish an article in elsewhere. So this is how I have to work. So we need to focus more on the scholarly journal so that the visibility will be very high. So these are the different strategies we need to adopt to have more visibility for the articles. I will tell you with some a diagram. Can you see what is this? What is this? A car. But in my opinion, it is called the manuscript as submitted. If I submit an article to a scholarly journal, when I submit it, the shape of my article is like this. If it is published in a scholarly journal, what may happen? Will you see the same car in same shape? Can you imagine what would be the shape of the car? It will be damaged. Damaged? Cannot be. So if the same article, when I submit to a scholarly journal, the shape of the article will be fine-tuned, not damaged. It may be enhanced, it may be augmented. See, once I publish an article in a scholarly journal, after peer review and revision, the car shape will be like this. Definitely. Because I too publish many articles in elsewhere, Emerald, Taylor Francis, I could get more than 1,300 citations because of my scholars. So when I submit an article to elsewhere, when it is published in the same journal, really it is unimaginable. They totally change the methodology, they change the interpretation, they change the findings based on the research survey, they change the hypothesis what we have formulated, more grammatical mistakes they have changed. Of course, they will send it back to the author for revision. After that, they will change and they will evaluate and they will submit, accept and submit. So this is how the article will be augmented. So when it is augmented, when the quality is enhanced, definitely it will have more visibility. Normally, we look at the article which has some quality. If the article is not good, we never see, we never read it. In order to maintain the quality, we have to do better research and you have to publish the same article in the scholarly journal. Then only it will have more visibility. That's why my sincere request to all the budding researchers and the scholar and the faculty is that please focus only on scholarly journals. Don't publish your articles in junk journals. So normally, if I publish an article in junk journal, I will become a junk author. My institute become junk university. My state become junk state. I am more responsible to make all the state or institution as a junk. So I should not. Always I must keep in mind which is the best journal, which is the worst journals. where to publish, where not to publish, what to publish, what not to publish. It is my responsibility. Okay, so I have to do that. So another one is impact factor. I have to publish an article only in a journal which has high impact factor. Then only visibility will be very high. What exactly impact factor? I think you might have heard about this impact factor. And moreover, recently I have seen many junk journals have more impact factor than the scholarly journal. Many printed journals have more impact factor than the scholarly journals because they put 7.6. How come? Even some of the journals published by elsewhere may not have a 1.2 impact factor. How can this junk journal can have 7.6? I tell them it is only a number, not impact factor, because impact factor is measured by the number of citations received divided by number of articles published during a stipulated period. See, number of citations received in the, just I have given an example, number of citations received in 2020 to the content published during 2019 and 2018 divided by the total number of articles published in 19 and 18. That is called impact factor. I will tell you with example. See, so this is one of the journals. It has published some articles in different year. In the year 2019, it has got how many citations? 1,278. How many articles it has published? 437. Previously, in the year 2018, it has got 1,190 citations. It has published 391. How to find out the impact factor? The impact factor is number of citations received during last 2 years divided by number of publications. Okay, so here citation 2019 this much, 18 divided by number of articles 437, 391. The impact factor will be 2.98. Of course, if it is 2.98 or 3 or 4 something, you can believe. Many junk journals will have impact of 7.5, 10.9 like this. Then we have to check whether this impact is correct or not. Many times what we feel, if any journal showing that the impact factor is 10.9, we may submit. So recently the clone journals have come. Clone journals. What is that? Journal of Medicine. It is a scholarly journal. What the junk journal will do? Journal of Medicine. They will keep the small o in the uppercase, medicine M in the lowercase. We thought that it's a journal of medicine, but it is cloned because journal of, they will put capital O, small f, small m, and medicine like that. But we thought that, hey, I have seen this journal, it is indexed in Web of Science. Of course, you have seen this journal, but you have not clearly seen the title of the journal. So this is how they are going to misguide the research scholars. That should not happen. So always you have to think of the impact factor. So impact factor is measured based on number of citations received by a journal during last couple of years divided by the number of articles published by the same journal. Then you will get the impact. Some journals may show 5 years impact factor. Some journals may show 2 years. Whatever it may be, you can see how the impact factor will be. And my sincere request to all of you is, don't publish journals in articles in junk or predatory or low rated journals. Why? What are those? These are the journals, they'll get money from the author. They'll get money from the author. Please send 1,500 rupees. It's very nominal. Sometimes they may ask 9. Recently, I received a call from a research scholar. Sir, I received a mail from a publisher stating that if you send 9,000 rupees, your article will be published. Shall I? He was asking. I told, why should you pay 9,000 rupees for your own intellectual content? You have worked. For your own intellectual work, you have to pay money. Why should you? Not necessary. If they publish for free of cost, and if it is scholarly journal, you can. Otherwise, not necessary. Don't publish it. So these are the journals. They're called predatory. They take processing or publishing fee and publish the articles without providing peer review or editing service. When you look at some junk journals, definitely there will be a editorial board, but they never look at the quality. They never look at the content. Simply for namesake, there is an editorial board. They accept, they publish it. Sometimes they may not be editorial board. So they're called junk journals. So some of the features of junk journals, if you publish your articles in junk journals, your visibility will be low. And of course, we will be treated as junk authors, junk institution. That should not be. So these are the features. More advertisement. Normally, you might have received many mails from the junk publishers stating that your article will be published within 72 hours, 24 hours, like this. They're all junk. No scholarly journal can publish or accept the article within 24 hours because they have looked into the data, they have looked into the content. How can they? At least they need minimum 6 months to review the article, what you have published, what you have written, what you have submitted. It has to be fine-tuned. It has to be evaluated. It has to be judged by the peer committee. Then it can be accepted, published. How can they? So they are going to give more advertisement, and most of the predatory, they will have a tag. What's that? International Journal of Medicine, International Journal of what we can say, pharmacology, International Journal of Architecture, International Journal of Social Science, like this. So definitely you have to doubt about that. Okay, don't think all the journals having this tag will be treated as predatory, but most of the predatory will have this tag. That's called international. And sending mail to the author to submit the article and demand for the article processing fee and no editorial board. They are called the junk journals. Don't use. You may ask that, let me know how to identify the junk journals, which is the best website where we can look at the junk journals. So this is called predatoryjournals.com/journals. This is the best website for you to identify the junk journals. Okay, they have listed all the junk journals, and you should not publish your own content in such journals. Instead of getting more citations, you will get bad credits. Of course, you may not get more citations also. Nobody will cite it. So this is the best website. Just for example, I was searching for the medical science. So how many? There are 74 junk journals in medical science. Maybe in pharmacy, maybe more than 30. Okay, maybe in life science, maybe more than 30 junk journals are there, but we should not sell it. So being a research scholar, what I have to do before I submit or select any journal, I must be very careful whether it is there in this list. I should not. If it is not there, then I can think of publishing the article in such journals. There are 74 medical science journals are there. See here, American Journal of Advances in Medical Science. By looking at the title, you may feel very happy to publish your own article, but it's a junk because we feel that, hey, American Journal, maybe American Journal, but it's a junk. That's why you should not. Another very wonderful website is Bell's List. Okay, you can look at this website. You can find out the number of junk journals indexed in this particular. Please inform your friends also. They should not be misled by these junk articles, junk journals. So here, and also some here I was, yes, probably maybe more than 50 junk journals related medical science, engineering, social science, and also pharmacy. Many journals are included, but don't select such journals to publish your own research content. That's what I want to tell you. So junk journals, because we have seen how the article will be augmented or enhanced when it's published in a scholar. Have you seen? Have you noticed? Will it be augmented or shrinked? What has happened when I publish an article in a scholar? Whether it is augmented or shrinked? Augmented, enhanced. What about this junk journals? If you submit an article in junk journal, probably this. What is this? What is this? What is this? It's not a car. Manuscript. In this, it is called manuscript. It's not a car now. It's a manuscript submitted. What would be the shape of the car when it's published in a junk journal? Any imagination? Huh? Sorry? Ambassador? Probably they are good cars. Ambassador आराम के लिए, मारुति मरने के लिए. Ambassador is good car. Yes. Most of the prime minister use Ambassador. You know? Yes. Yes. What would be the shape of the car? Yes. Only for the illustration I have told. That's why we should not publish our articles in junk journals. Yes. Yes. So these are the journals I have got. Nearly 12 journals are indexed in Bell list. Probably I have not seen the pharmacy. Probably around 15 plus, maybe junk journals are there, but you should not select such journals to publish your research content. And another reason is, another strategy to have more visibility is that you can publish articles in open access. Many times we may have a dilemma, sir, whether a research scholar can publish an article in open access. Yes, you can. You can. When this journal is a scholarly journal, but is published in an open access platform, you can publish it. Moreover, you may get more citations because when it is accessible to all the people, you may have more visibility. Your articles maybe have more visibility and it will be downloaded many times. So you can use this DOA, direct open access journals, where you can find out different journals in your subject area, you can publish it. So in order to have more visibility, research visibility, you can choose some of the open access scholarly journals. That's very important. All open access journals are not scholarly. All open access journals are not scholarly, but you have to see what's the impact factor. Okay, what's the quality of the articles published by the journal. Based on that, you can publish it. And another way of having more visibility is that you have to participate and present your articles in seminar conferences. Okay, many times I received a question from the audience. Once it is published in a conference volume, can I publish the same article in journal? Can I publish the same article in journal? For example, I made a presentation in the conference. Can I publish the same article in the journal? Yes, you can. With some modification, with the prior permission from the organizing committee, you can publish it. Because normally the conference will have a limited coverage. It will publish in a national, it will be there. You can get the permission from the organizing committee. Okay, and you can have some modification in the article. You can publish in the scholarly journal. That can be done. So here, participate in and present the articles in seminar conference. Share your new ideas, insights, thoughts with learned colleagues. Okay, so these are the platforms. One is Facebook, WhatsApp, Twitter, YouTube, blogs. Sir, can I share my data in this? Yes, you can. Don't upload the full text, but you can share the metadata. What's metadata? Data about the article, author, the abstract, the publisher, the title of the article, the journal, so that I'm going to use some advertisement for my own article. You can create your own video. You can say what you have published in which journal, so that you will have more visibility. So YouTube, blogs, WhatsApp, Facebook, and you can also keep the first copy of the journal and first front page of the journal article in the Facebook. We are not going to upload the whole data, but we are going to keep only the first page. Nothing is wrong. Nothing is wrong. You can, because Facebook is a platform where we can share, where you can upload the research content. And you can use Google Scholar. Okay, so showcase your research papers, and H-index and I-index will be calculated automatically. So recently I was searching for the Google Scholar profile. As per the data given by the librarians, there are 400 faculty members from medical science, medical colors. Hardly 57 have created the Google Scholar. Please, I kindly request all of you to create your own Google Scholar. It is for free of cost. You can create your own Google Scholar so that the people can identify your quality articles. Okay, and just pharmacy, more than 100, I think, as per the statistics, and dental 70, only 36 have created. Please create your own Google. It's almost like a creation of an email. No need to have assistance. You can create your Google Scholar profile. And School of Life Science, only 10 faculty have created. Please, once you create your own profile, definitely you can include your articles, so that if somebody is searching for the articles published by you, they can see, wow, how many articles you have published. Okay, so these are the profiles I have seen. Okay, and for that, here you can manually add the articles also. Many times a Google Scholar cannot include all the articles published by you. It has given an option to you to include your article manually. You can add that one, so that visibility will be very high. And other platforms are Academia, ResearchGate, Researcher ID, Pen Profile, LinkedIn. So these are the different platforms, so that the visibility of the articles will be very high. We have to make use of those. They are mainly used to communicate and collaborate the research papers to the research articles, researchers as scientists. And moreover, this is the ResearchGate. Nearly 15 million members from all over the world use to share, discover, and discuss the research. So please create your own ResearchGate, so that you can share, you can upload the research articles with other scholarly community. Okay, so 3 options are given in ResearchGate. I think all of you might have heard about the ResearchGate. Many faculty might have already created ResearchGate. The 3 options, one is upload. So please here, look at here. There are 3 options. One is upload. What to upload? Upload public copies. What is public copies? If you publish any article in a public domain, I mean, the journal is freely accessible to everyone, then you have a liberty, you have a freedom to upload the whole text. But store private copies. You can store all your articles in the ResearchGate, but you cannot upload. So earlier days, I used to keep the copies of my research in a file, but today we never. Why? It is my institute repository. It's my repository. Once I publish an article, I will scan the article, I will store in the ResearchGate. I never keep the hard copy of the article in the file. Not necessary, because technology is a boon for all of us. No need to keep the hard copies. So please, if you create your ResearchGate, don't keep the hard copies. Scan, upload if it is published in open access, store if it is published in a private. I mean, if it's published in a Elsevier, Taylor Francis, or Sage, or any other journal which is not publicly available, you can store and share private copies to your full text to others. You can share, but you cannot upload. So these are the 3 options given by the ResearchGate. Please, I request all of you to create your own ResearchGate, because yesterday I was doing some exercise. Only 288 faculty of medical science, probably plus or minus, have created ResearchGate. Please, remaining faculty need to have the ResearchGate profile. Pharmacy, more than 100 it was showing. Dental science, more than 70, and arts, commerce and science, 25. So life science, only 10 faculty have created. See, it is free of cost. Once you create, definitely you will have more visibility. That's why these are the different strategies and techniques we need to adopt to have more visibility. So I was searching for that one. There are 288 people have created the ResearchGate. Okay, probably many times what happens, even though you have published quality articles, scholarly articles, when it is not visible to others, they may not. If you're a good dancer, you have not performed a dance on the stage, the people will not identify you as a good dancer. You're a good actor, unless you give a chance to do, you may not be identified. So this is how we have to give the promotion, publicize our own research content, so that the people will identify and they can download site and they can use, and will get the credits. And the ResearchGate as score, it mainly depends upon the how many articles you have uploaded, how many projects you have uploaded, everything. Then only you will get more score. Recently, I visited the ResearchGate of the JSS Dental Medical. Most of the faculty have created, but I don't know the reason behind not uploading the articles to the ResearchGate. Probably they are busy with some other works, because in case of doctors, they have many role to play. They have to work in the operation theater, they have to work in the OPD, and they have to do research, and they have to teach in the classroom. They may not find time to do that one, but we try our level best to upload the articles once it is created, because I have noticed many faculty have failed to upload their own articles, hardly 9 articles, 10 articles. Probably they might have published 50 plus or 60, but they have not uploaded all the articles. Unless you upload, the visibility will be very less. So we need to upload, because this is a wonderful platform where we can upload the articles in the public domain. Okay, so these are the different platforms. One is Vidwan, Publoans, Pen Profile, Academia, and personal website is the best platform for all of us to showcase our ideas. I too have my own personal website, sampathkumar.info, where I have uploaded all the articles which I have published, the notes, everything I have uploaded, so that I may have some visibility in the internet world. So if time permits, create your own website and try to upload the articles which you have published so far. So this is how, so this is called Pen Profile, another platform. You can create your own profile. Academia, another platform. So these are the platforms given by the people to upload our articles. This is how we can enhance the visibility of the research articles. And Vidwan is there. All are very easy. No need to have a training program to create the profile. Okay, go to Vidwan. So go to here, login. It may have some credentials. Once you create, you can give the details of the research papers, what you have published. It will be saved forever. Okay. So this is with one database. Okay, I too have. And personal website is the best way to showcase our research visibility, to showcase our research content. Okay, so it's very easy to create your own website. No need to request any person who has a technical knowledge. If anybody knows about the HTML, definitely they can create and they can upload the data related to your research papers. So I too created my own website where I used to upload the articles, as well as whenever I deliver a lecture in any college or university, I used to upload the notes, because normally at the end of the class there will not be any questions, only one question: give me the slide or give me the notes. So now to avoid such questions, I uploaded the notes or PPT to that so that they can enjoy and upload. So these are the different websites you mainly used to create the websites. Welcome to the world most popular website builder, that is WordPress on website, and Weebly is another website you can use. And another very important is ORCID. Have you heard ORCID? Yes. So please, being a researcher, you must have ORCID number. It's very essential. Why we need to have ORCID number? See, normally, if you publish an article in a journal, I have given the name as K.T. Santosh Kumar. When they publish, they may make it as Kumar Santosh. Some journals publish as Santosh Kumar K.T. Some journals may put my name as, my friend name as KTS Kumar. Some journals may put Kumar KTS. So single author may have different names. How to have a control over the name? When you create your own ORCID ID, definitely, even though article published by the same person in a different name, it will be controlled. It will have a unique number. That's called, called ORCID is a unique open digital identifier that distinguishes you from every other researcher with the same or similar name to you. So I request all of you, please go to this website, orchid.org. You can easily create your own ID. Okay. Otherwise, your name will not be recognized by the research committee. Okay. So this is what I want to tell you. Being a researcher, very important three roles we need to play. One is do better research, publish the articles in scholarly journal, and we need to promote our own articles in some platforms. Then only we will have more visibility, because organizers told me to engage the class from 2:30 to 3:30. Before you feel angry and hungry, I have to wind up the session. So I have taken 5 minutes extra. Okay. So thank you so much for your patience listening. Any queries and clarifications, most welcome. Wish you all the very best. So please create your Google Scholar, ResearchGate, ORCID. Today or tomorrow itself. Hardly it may take 5 minutes. Hardly it may take 5 minutes. And you can also take assistance of our librarians. They are very expert in creation of those IDs. They will assist you. Please, please. Yes. Please, please. I-10. Yes.
The next one. Yeah.
This one?
Yes.
Yeah.
Sir, as you told, the I-10 index is the number of articles more than 10 which is cited. For example, you have given 7 for that as 12. When we see to the first one, it is having 75 above, sir. So we can consider that also no I-10 as index 1.
No. Number of articles received more than 10 citations. Number of articles have received more than 10 citations. See, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 articles have got more than 10 citations. That's why the I-10 index will be 7.
I didn't get it. Sir, the first number, the first article says it has got 75.
Second one.
So we should consider like that, sir.
No, madam. 75 more than 10, 1. 68 more than 10, 2. 65 more than 10, 3. 60 more than 10, 4. 45 more than 10, 5. 15 more than 10, 6. 12 more than 10, 7. But this one less than 10. So we have to stop here only. You have to stop here. See, number of articles received more than
10.
Equal or more than. That is will be the. For example, my I-10 is 33. Means what? My 33 articles have got minimum of 10 citations.
10 citations.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sir, please. So all practice, very good question. Normally, what we do, if any article is cited, we feel that if it is cited, then only it has some value. We feel normally the scholar community will feel that if somebody has cited, then only the article has value. Somebody has read it, but not cited. Do you think it has no value? It has. Somebody downloaded, but not cited. Don't you think it has a value? Because of some reasons, it has not been cited, but downloaded. With some intention, he has downloaded. Don't you think it has a value? It has. That is called alternative metrics. If any article downloaded, number of times downloaded has some weightage. Number of times read, that has some weightage. Don't think if any article is cited, then only it has value. Don't think like that. If it is downloaded, because with some intention he has downloaded, with some intention he has read but not cited. But normally what we feel, sir, the article will got the value only when it is cited. No, it is a myth. If somebody is downloaded, it has some value. So number of downloads, number of reads, they're called, that comes on the alternative metrics. That's called alt metrics. Now, normally in the research gate, it will show. Vidwan, in Vidwan it show number of times your articles read, number of times downloaded. By number of times it is downloaded, the Vidwan score will be increased. Okay, that's called alt metrics.
Sir, namaste.
Namaste, madam.
Sir, usually the students and the teachers will come and ask that they need to publish their articles in the open access journals because they have that perspective that open access journals will not have that much impact factor. Do you agree that even Web of Science is giving the partial open access journals? So if they just publish their articles in those open access journals, are they scholarly published or what, sir?
Yes, ma'am. See, don't think
is it counted for citations? Like
sure,
that?
but sure.
Yeah.
See, many times what happens, if any articles published in a open access journals may get more citation than the articles published in a particular publisher. If the open access journal has some impact factor or some periodical history, okay, and if you feel they are going to edit the article, they are going to fine tune the article before it is published, you can. If it is open access, don't think all open access are not up to the mark. Even in case of Elsevier has published many open access journals.
Yes.
Okay, why? Because many times as a college, as a university, I may not subscribe all the journals. But if it is published in open access, many people can see. So in order to help the researcher, in order to help the institution, they have started public access, open access movement. So please inform them. If it is not included in the predatory, if it's not included in the bell list, let them publish, let them get more citations.
Usually they will be asking for Web of Science and Scopus indexed only.
Course,
but if it is there, we can just tell them to publish.
Even in Web of Science, many open journals also included.
Yeah.
Many open access. In Scopus also, you can find many open access journals. You can look at that and you can. So that's why we have more responsibility as a librarians. We have to educate them so that they can understand what exactly open access. Because many dilemma we have seen among the research scholars, some open access journals are not up to the mark. No, it's not like that. Okay, they are also good journals. There is a editorial board and they publish a quality articles in many journals.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Sir, please.
So you have told about the bells icon
to
look at the predatory journals. Without looking at the bells this thing icon, suppose if you go for a Science Direct as well this thing Google Scholar, how do you identify whether those journals are scholarly?
See, any journal indexed by Web of Science, Scopus, or UGC careers, they are scholarly journals, no doubt about that. But being a researcher, I cannot identify which is the predatory, which is the scholarly. Because I'm a research scholar in a subject, I cannot imagine, I cannot recognize which is the best, which is the worst. So these are the two websites that will help a research scholar to identify. These are all called predatory journals. Because if you see the websites, they may give the impact factor. By looking at the impact factor, can I believe? I cannot. Even many predatory will tell that it has been indexed in Scopus. So don't trust. We have to see the Scopus database. I have seen many predatory, they have mentioned that indexed in Scopus, indexed in Web of Science. By looking at such a tag, I cannot believe. So to some extent, these two websites will help me, help the research scholar to identify the predator. Okay. Otherwise, because many journals have come up recently in different subjects. I am not aware of those journals, whether the predatory, whether the junk or scholarly. But by looking at these, okay, at least I can avoid to select such journals to publish the articles. Probably, madam, 1 month, every month they are going to update. Some journals may be deleted, because if they maintain the quality, definitely it will be deleted, and some journals may be added again. So it will be almost 1 month in a 1 month, very frequently it will be updated. We have to look. So before you select any journal, please look at this. Okay, if it is there, please don't select such journals. Yes. Yes. It will same question will be asked many times, especially in UGC care list and predatory. In UGC, what will happen when I publish an article in UGC care list? The journal was there, it was there. By looking at the list, I published. When I went for an intro, the interview has told that, see, it is not in the UGC care list. What to do? So when you publish an article in a journal indexed in the UGC care list or in WebScom, please take a screenshot. You can give a proof, because recently I had been to a university as an interviewer. He showed the same. I told, see, whatever the articles published in a journals, those journals are not in UGC care list. But he had a proof. Sir, these are the articles, journals which I have published were there when I published. That's why being a researcher, we need to do all those. We need to have a screenshot so that we can inform, we can request them to consider those articles. That can be done. Very good question, because many research scholars will do like that. Even they don't have a screenshot, they don't have a proof for that. Automatically, they may not be considered. Okay. And recently, we have seen that in newspaper, UGC is telling that no need to publish 2 articles before you submit the thesis. Many times the policymakers are doing many things. So ultimately, we are the sufferers. Yes. So tomorrow or day after, please, those who have not created Google Scholar profile, please create ResearchGate, Vidwan, and ORCID ID. So they're very important. So that, see, look at the citations. After creating the Google Scholar, you may get more citations. After creating the ResearchGate, you may get more citations. It is my own experience. Before I created ResearchGate, I had less citations. After that, I got more citations. So this is how the platforms will help me to have more visibility. So once again, I profusely thank all of you for your cooperation, for your patience. Thank you so much. Wish you all the very best. And I profusely thank the librarian of this college for giving this wonderful chance to showcase my ideas with my learned class of this college. Thank you, madam. Thank you, Sulakshana. Thanks to all my friends for the invitation. Thank you. Thank you.
informative session. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Thank you so much.
Gupta. Dr. Ishima is a clinical consultant with Elsevier and is currently heading the customer success at Elsevier South Asia. She is a medical graduate with 12 years of experience in healthcare. She did her MBBS from Aligarh Muslim University. Her interest in research led her to Masters in Bioengineering from IIT Kanpur. Thereafter, she has worked in multiple organizations across medical devices, pharma, and now medical publishing. She is passionate about scientific writing and providing solutions for researchers. She has conducted over 60 sessions on scientific writing for doctors across various academic institutes and hospitals. I welcome you, ma'am. I just hand over and you can carry on.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for the introduction. And I would also like to thank you for inviting us over in this session today and giving us the opportunity to present Clinical Key and Scopus to all of you. So warm welcome to all of you. So we will run a very short presentation because I want you to experience the platforms live. I want to show you how they work. And we have a small quiz. So it's an interesting quiz. You all will be able to attempt the quiz online. So I'll give you the code and the website and we will do the quiz live. So there are some questions coming up after Scopus. And then once I show you clinical key, there are some questions after clinical key. So that's how we are going to run the session. So please pay attention because the questions that I have on the quiz are the ones which I'm going to cover in my talk. So a little bit about Elsevier. I don't think that as a organization, Elsevier needs any introduction. Platforms like Scopus, Science Direct, Clinical Key are all from Elsevier. Besides this, Elsevier is the publisher of all the leading medical journals like the Lancet, the Clinics. And the product that or the platform that is most of interest to you is Scopus right here. So as I understand that you all are actively involved in research and you all want to find journals in which to publish your research in. So basically what does Scopus gives you? Scopus is a citation and an abstract database. So it will just give you abstracts and it indexes abstracts. But the beauty of Scopus is that it contains these abstracts from more than 7,000 publishers. So it's not restricted to Elsevier. You will get content across different domains, not just from healthcare or life sciences. You'll also get content from social sciences, physical sciences, and across all the publishers and across all the geographies. So we are not restricting, our coverage is very wide. You will get content from across the geographies and it is updated daily. So because it is updated daily, so the content you get is the latest content. And the utility for Scopus is not just for the students or the faculty, but even the editors of the journal. So the journal editors, HODs, and even the internal quality departments, they all use Scopus to find out how your research has been, and even the NIRF rankings. So whenever these NIRF rankings are given, they are taking data from Scopus for measuring how is your institute performing in terms of your research. So all the research matrix data is pulled out from Scopus. So this was in a brief about Scopus. Now let us see how will you use Scopus. So if I would just get a sense, how many of you have used Scopus? Okay, that's a good number. So I'll just open the platform because there are a lot of people who have not used Scopus. So I will just show you what all you can get from Scopus. And then we will have a short, like some questions coming on from Scopus from our quiz, and then we'll do clinical key. So this is how the Scopus platform looks like. So you all can open Scopus on your mobiles and you can follow along. You need to be connected to the institute's Wi-Fi to be able to see this. The screen is. So this is the Scopus platform, scopus.com. So once you are on the platform, there are multiple ways to search. So whenever you're writing your thesis or you're writing your research paper, so the first and the foremost important part is you need to be able to do a literature search on this platform. So you have to fetch interesting articles for writing your introduction. You have to find who are the KOLs or the opinion leaders, thought leaders, and who are the researchers whom to follow. So all of that data you can get from document search. So besides document search, we have an author search and we have an affiliation search. So I'll go in a little reverse fashion. So we'll look at affiliation search first, and in the end, we will look at document search. So whenever you search for an affiliation search is whenever you're searching for a university or you are searching for a college, for an institute, and you want to see how many papers they have published. Who are the leading authors in that particular university or in that particular institute? So let's see what comes up for your university. So when you start typing, you can just search the affiliation. So whatever is relevant will just come up. So I want to search for JSS Academy of Higher Education and Research. So I'll just select this. Now, once you click on this, you will see how documents the affiliation has published, which is the city, which is the country. You'll be able to get those details. And you will also find the other name formats. So there are other name formats also for JSS, like someone can write JSS University. But the best way is you follow just one. Whenever you're submitting your manuscripts or papers, you follow a standardized name for the affiliation and you just don't put in the name according to your department or your medical college, but you put in a standard name. So once you open this JSS Academy, you can see that the whole institution has published some like nearly 5,000 papers, and then there are 431 authors. You can also see the various disciplines in which JSS has published in. So medicine leads follow like it is followed very closely by pharmacy, and then there are other disciplines in which JSS as a whole institution is publishing. So you can get all these details. Now let's see who are the leading authors. So if I just click on this, this will give me in detail who are the people who have published the most number of papers. So you can see that these are the leading authors. I hope some of the names are familiar to you. You can recognize these names from JSS. So we have seen how, like, what do you find from an affiliation search? And also, how do you go to the leading authors from that affiliation search? I hope you all are able to follow along with me on this part. Okay, great. Now, if I open this author's profile, so what can I find out from an author profile, and why is an author's profile important? So whenever you have written a paper in a journal which is indexed in Scopus, Scopus will automatically create a profile for you. So it is a process of machine learning, and by these machine learning and AI, automatically the author profile gets created. And within that profile, whenever you publish, so basis your publication, the name you're using for yourself, the affiliation you're using for yourself, it starts tagging those articles to your profile. And this is not a manual thing, so it gets done in the backend by a lot of these machine learning and AI tools. Now, once you are on an author's profile, you can see that you can see the matrix for this author. So you can see that this author has published 223 papers, and these are cited by nearly 4,800 citations. So 4,800 papers have cited these papers of this author. And you can also see what is the H index. So H index is a measure of the impact of the publications of that author. So H index will give you, in a sense, how impactful the publications of the author are, how many citations he's getting. Higher the number of citations, higher will be the author's H index. So this is a highly cited author with 35 H index. And you will also be able to see that over a period of time, how are the citations coming along, how are the documents coming along. So even that is something you can find out. And which are the documents? So from an author's perspective, you can see which are the documents that are published in Scopus Index journals, which are the documents who are citing my papers, who are the co-authors, and if there are any awarded grants, you can find that as well. So a lot of data is there within Scopus, which you can find from an author search. So herein, I got to this profile directly by an affiliation search and clicking on the author's name. But if you want to find some author, you know the author's name and you just want to find his papers. So you can click on this author tab here. I'm on the home page. So you can just go on to author. And if you have published papers, you can just try searching by your name. So if you're doing the searches along with me right now on Scopus, you can try searching by your own name. So I'll search by my name. So I have just published one document. So this is my document. This is my publication from my master's thesis. So whenever you follow along, you will be able to find. And I did not index my paper in Scopus or anything. Scopus automatically does it for you. Now, one of the key questions that keeps coming is how do we identify good journals to publish in? So the easiest way to do it is when you go to sources. So on Scopus, there is a tab search. Next to the tab, we have sources. So when you go on to the sources, you will find all the journals that are indexed within Scopus. I'm sure you will not be interested in going through all these 43,000 results for finding which journals are relevant for you. So there is an easier way to find journals which are relevant to your field. You can just type the subject area here. For instance, if I want to search in pharmacy, I can just select pharmacy and click on apply. And I will get the results. So there are 50 journals which are indexed in Scopus on pharmacy. Now, how does, why is this list important to you? So alongside every journal's name, we have something called as a site score. Site score is a matrix which measures the impact of that journal. And it's a matrix used by Scopus which measures how impactful this journal is. So this list is arranged in descending order of site score. So the highest cited journal is Journal of Pharmaceutical Analysis. And the percentile, Scopus gives a percentile as well as a ranking to all the journals. So this is the most highly ranked journal by Scopus. And the number of citations that it got in the last 4 years. And these are the documents that have been published in this journal in the last 4 years. So you can, so basically what is site score? Site score is nothing, but it is the citations in the last 4 years divided by the documents published in last 4 years. So this number 13 comes by 3,370 divided by 257. So the higher the journal citations, the higher will be its site score. And why is it important for you to publish in a journal which has a high site score? Because then you will also get higher number of citations. That means a lot of people are reading articles from this journal and they are citing this journal, like citing articles from this journal. So when you publish in journals which have a higher site score, the chances of getting citations and getting more people to read your article increase. So whenever you are selecting a journal for publishing in, so I would highly recommend that please go through this list for your respective subject areas and then choose the journals. You can also choose the journals quartile wise, like from a site score perspective, which are the top 25% journals. They will be part of first quartile. The next 25% will be part of second quartile, and so on and so forth. So if you want to see just the first quartile and second quartile journals, you can just select this and click on apply, and you will find which are the leading journals in pharmacy. So similarly, there are multiple subject areas. You can just click here and you can just find out your domains. For instance, in dentistry, again, we have multiple fields which you can select from. Even in medicine, so the different specialities have been listed under Scopus. So in medicine, like anatomy, epidemiology, so all of these fields have been created. Physiology, pharmacology, so all of these disciplines are there. You can directly type or you can just scroll through this list and then find the journals in that particular field. So you saw how to do an affiliation search. You also saw how to do an author search, how to identify journals by finding their site score. Now, whenever you are writing your papers or doing your thesis, you also want, or for instance, you just shortlisted a research topic and you want to find data on this research topic. So you would like to do a literature search to build up your knowledge in this topic. So how will you do this? This is basically document search comes in handy over here. So whenever you are doing any document search, for instance, if I just want to find the oral analogs for insulin, like we all know that insulin is administered in an injectable format, but there is a lot of research going on oral formats of insulin. So what is there in Scopus? Just for the sake of getting the appropriate results, I'm putting it in quotes so that I just don't get junk results. So once I put this, so I will get the results. Now, how do these results become relevant for me? So one is I will get the results and I can just go through the abstracts. So when I click on abstract, I can read about this paper and I can find something that is interesting. So whatever is interesting, I can just select those articles. Like randomly, I'm selecting some articles. So once I have selected the articles that are relevant for me from these 900 articles, then I can export these articles. So you would want to keep a copy of this for reading later on, or you would want to keep a copy for yourself and in an Excel sheet or in a Microsoft Word document. So there are multiple formats in which you can export data. So one is you can export data directly to a reference manager like Mendeley or in an RIS format, or you can export the data in a CSV format. So let's say I'm exporting it in an Excel format. So Excel is the CSV format. So I'll just click on export. And once done, you will have these results like this. So you will have the papers, you will have the author's name, you will have the links to this paper. So whatever fields you select while exporting will get selected. Now let's say that you have a robust search strategy built in. I have used a very simple search strategy because I just use the keywords within quotes. So let's say you have a robust search strategy and you're getting very good results. So now what can you do? You can just select all your results by clicking all and click on analyze search results. So once you analyze your search results, you get very interesting data insights in the form of how is the trend in terms of the research. So there is a lot of research going on in the last few years. So you can see that the number of papers published has been on the rise. You can also find out who are the leading authors who are publishing on this domain. So whenever you are doing a literature search for your own field, you can find out who are the people whom you can follow, who are the leading authors whose papers you should read. So you can find the leading authors, you can also find the documents by affiliation. So which are the affiliations which are publishing the maximum number of papers? So you can find though the affiliations which have published. So even Novo Nordisk is there. So even it's not just the institutes or organizations that come up, it is also companies who are researching in this field. Then you can also find out which are the journals in which papers are getting published. So if you are a little wavering, where should I submit my paper in, do a search on Scopus and find the journals from here. So whatever journals show up in the top 10 are the journals you should ideally target for publishing. So these are the journals in which maximum papers related to this topic are getting published. Then you can also find, for instance, you're just beginning your research and you would want to read reviews. So you can find the reviews also from here. Similarly, many times you would also be interested in, if you want to apply for a grant, which are the bodies which fund such projects. So you will find the names of the funding bodies as well. So multiple results we got. So we got the names of the key authors, got the names of the key institutes, the funding bodies, trends, journal names. Lot of important insights are there in Scopus. Now let's say you want to find out which is the article which has been cited the most in this field. So which is the article which should be the basis that I really need to read these articles. They have been cited the most. So how will you find that? Now, if you see, the results are already sorted on cited by highest here. So these are the papers which have been cited the most. So by default, Scopus gives you the highest cited articles here. So this is the paper which has been cited the most. These are the papers which have been cited the most. So you should definitely read these papers. And what you also get is citation overview. So again, I'm selecting all the articles and I'm just going on citation overview. So from citation overview, you'll be able to see the full domain and the full citations. So you will see the title name, you will see the number of citations they have, and you will also see the total number of citations. Again, you can just change it to a citation count to see the highest cited articles, because it was earlier sorted by date. We do not want the latest articles, but we want to see which are the articles which have been cited the most. So if you just change by citation count, you can even see how are the citations coming along. So for instance, the article that has the maximum number of citations, these citations came in before 2018. So if you just want to find the latest, most impactful articles, you should look at the citations in the last 4 years. So any questions on Scopus? Okay. So it is time for our short quiz on Scopus. So just to ensure that you all get it right. So this is the platform that you need to go upon. You can either scan the QR code or you can just go onto this website menti.com and enter this code to enter into this quiz. So just tell me once you all are ready. If you're not able to get across, please let us know. Abhishek will help you out.
once you get the access to this platform, just enter this key.
So you have to enter this code. So once you access the platform, it will say, please enter the code. So this is the code that you have to enter, 57224369. Are you all in the platform? Okay. And enter your correct names, because we will see a leaderboard with your name on this. Done, everyone? Okay. So it will ask you in one word, describe the past week. So this is based real time on your results, whatever you guys are typing. Five 7224369. This is not a part of the quiz. This is just to give you a sense of how it works. So it is interesting to see that the week has been good, happy, great, amazing for a lot of you, hectic for some. So shall I start the quiz now? Okay. So the first question is coming now. Okay. So whosoever answers first gets the maximum points. So which of this is correct for Scopus? It is a full text database, abstract and citation database, or a reference database. So select the option on your phone. We have 14 seconds left for you to answer. Okay, 82 of you got it right, which means you were listening to me. So this is the leaderboard. I think you all have selected some funny names, not your actual names. So next question. Who is the leading author from JSS? We just have 8 seconds left for you to answer. Okay, maximum of you got it right. Let's look at the leaderboard. Okay. So you see the leaderboard changes depending on the answers to both of your questions. Now we are coming to the next question. So which is the metric that Scopus uses to track the quality of journals? Don't say it. Just put it. Okay. Impact factor is a Web of Science thing, so it is not a Scopus thing. Okay, so very close tie between our first two, hardly a difference of 4 points. So now I'll quickly show you a little bit about clinical key, and then there is a quiz on clinical key as well. So then we will have our final winners. So basically, what is clinical key? Clinical key is our clinical search engine in which you can get your results for your clinical queries, and also you can get the full text articles. So from Scopus, you just got the abstracts. But if you want to see the full text articles, you can get all those full text articles of Elsevier journals from clinical key. It's not just the full text, we also get access to the reference books, to clinical overviews, lot of multimedia content, procedure videos, drug related data, and also data useful for the patients. So all of the Lancet and Lancet series of journals are available on clinical key, including your seminars. So every specialty has a seminar series, and it also has a clinic series. For example, pediatric clinics of North America, orthopedic clinics of North America. So all of these leading clinics and seminars are available in clinical key, and full text. And also these full text articles are available from 2007 onwards. So 2007 means you get access to the last 15 years of articles. It is not just this year's data, 2022, you also get the back files data. And whenever you're doing your research, you know that you need the latest data, as well as for your literature search, you need past data. So whenever you find some good journals or articles from Scopus and you want to access the full text, you can go to Clinical Key and download the articles. A little bit about the latest, journals which have very high impact factor on clinical key. So I've listed few journals here. Now, without giving you more details on clinical key, I'll just show you the platform. So all of this data is accessible, like the platforms are accessible to you from your IP within the institute, and many of you would have used these platforms earlier also. So how many of you have used clinical key? Okay, that's good. So for the ones who've not used, so just go on to clinical key within the IP of the institute. When I say IP, you have to use it from a computer, laptop, desktop within your institute, connected to the institute's internet. So once you do that, you just have to click on register. Register yourself. Just four things you have to enter: your name, email address, and password, any password of your choice, and you create an account. And then you can just log in using the credentials you just created for yourself. So once you are within clinical key, this is how the platform looks like. Now the same thing in Scopus, I searched for oral insulin, but I saw that I was just getting the abstracts. So if I search the same thing on clinical key, so I will get access to something called as clinical overview. Then there are chapter abstracts from books. So you can get the latest data from books as well, and you get these full text articles. So your interest would be in downloading the PDFs, reading these PDFs. So you can just click on this download PDF and you will be able to access these articles. So this is how you will download these articles from clinical key. Now, you can see that most of the articles on oral insulin are there. So clinical key uses natural language processing. You really don't have to use operators like and, or, which we use in Scopus and other databases. Clinical key search is very similar to Google search. You can just put in your keywords and it will give you results. Besides this, the first topic that you get on every search that you do is a clinical overview. So clinical overview is a short summary of that disease or of that topic, which has been created by clinicians who work for us for creating these topics. So these clinicians work for Elsevier and they create these topics. They go through the latest books, journals, latest articles which are published, and they create these summaries. So every summary will have an urgent action for you to follow. It will also have the clinical presentation, what is the history, what is the physical examination in a particular case, and what are the diagnostic procedures, what is the differential diagnosis. So you will get all of that along with the other details on this disease, and in the end you will also have the references. So all the references are there. So let's say we are citing multiple things here. For example, like diabetic neuropathy affects 28% patients with type 1 diabetes. So how do you know where it comes from? Let's say you want to know that how are we making this statement. So you can just click on this superscript and you can actually see how we got this data. So similarly, we have a lot of data here and it's all ready, like bullet points. You can go through it, easy to read. What you also get in clinical key is the books. So all the books on your specialty. So many times the new edition of the book comes, you already have an old edition and you really don't feel like buying the new edition, so you can refer to clinical key for the new edition. So whenever there is a new edition, even before the print version is available in the market, we update it here. And for 6 months you will get access to both the editions, the old edition as well as the new edition. So you can just go on to any tab, be it books tab, journals tab. So we always have filters on the left hand side, so you can filter your specialty by selecting these filters and you can get access to your specialty books. Let's say I want to see which books are available in cardiovascular. So I can just go to cardiovascular and I can access all the books that are available in cardiovascular. So similarly, you want to access any journals, you can just find out the journals by clicking on this journals tab. And like I said, let me just open Lancet. So all the articles are available to you from 2007 onwards. All the issues are there and these are full text. So you can just click on any of the issues and you can just download these PDFs. So everything is available at the click of a button. So we have segregated clinical key into two kinds of sections. One is related to deepening of your knowledge. So the books, journals, all the procedure videos, like how the procedure is performed, all of that is a part of deepening your knowledge. Whereas if you want some ready, simple to use content, which will give you information quickly, then you should use this diagnose part, which has information related to the clinical overviews, related to the drug monographs. So, and clinical calculators, then patient education and the latest treatment guidelines. So I'm not taking you through each of these because it is simply just a click of a button and you can get access to all of this content. Just one thing I wanted to show you in drug monographs. So in the drug monographs, whenever you select any drug, you will also get the global drug names. So in the end of every drug, you also get the global names for these drugs. So what are the different names by which this drug is sold? You will also get access to all of that. Any questions on clinical key? Else we will go back to our quiz. We still have some questions left on clinical key on that quiz. It is very easy to use, very intuitive platform. So you all can just log into it. And in the end, I'll show you a QR code. If you face any challenges, you can just fill that form and we will get access to your data and your questions. So I'm coming back to the quiz. So this is where we left. This is what our leaderboard was. So the next question comes now. We just have 2 questions. So this is the second last question. So what is correct about clinical key? Okay, most of you answered it right. Let's see how our leaderboard looks. Oh, we have new winners now. Okay, now comes the last question. It's a very easy question, the last one. You all can just answer and then we'll look at who the winners are. Okay, many of you got it right. Okay, here comes the final leaderboard. Okay. Nisha. Okay. Top 3. So we have Nishat, then we have Sai Soumya. And the third winner is Varusha. Okay. All women power. Yes. So whenever you try to access our platforms, I know at times technology can be a little challenging and be technical challenges. So you can note down Abhishek's number and you can call us in case you are struggling with any query on Scopus. You can also scan this QR code and you can just leave your queries. Like, I'm happy to answer the queries, but if the queries come in later on and you would really want to ask us some questions or you struggle with your login credentials, not able to access the platforms, you can just fill in the details on this QR code. And I can take questions now. Any questions on Scopus, on Clinical Key, any other questions you might have? Yes. I think we have a question. Yes. Yes. Why? So the quartiles are according to the site score. So the first quartile journals will be the ones which have a site score in the top 25%. So when you arrange the journals in the order of their site score, you arrange them in an ascending fashion. So the ones which are the top 25% journals will be in quartile 1. So their scores may be different, but they are the top 25% journals. So that is why they are in quartile 1. And the next 25% journals will be in quartile 2. So their site score might be different, but Q1 and Q2 journals will contain lot of journals because every specialty will have a different number of journals that are there. If you have a question pertaining to some specific journals, I think I can give you more clarity. Okay. But did you get it? Like the quartile is just a range. So it will have multiple journals within that range.
Like for example, if you get 100 journals out of yourself, so the 25% will fall into the quartile 1. The second 25 to 50 will fall into quartile 2. So like that.
Like you give grades to the students, the top 25% students, like top 10 get an A plus, the next ones will get an A. So that is how the quartile ranking is. Any other questions from anyone?
Let me tell you, the kind of journals you are getting to clinical key, I mean, these are like very high impact such as journal science and MSAT and same. And these are very, very expensive. So if you subscribe them individually, it will cost you somewhere around $3,000 per year. But you are getting these rates because you are in cases major projects. So I mean, these are very, very kind of important journals. So please read them, and in case if you come across to any challenge in terms of registration or any platform related issue, you have this QR code. You can put your concern or problem over there. Data will come to me, and then I'll connect to all of you.
So I would like to once again thank all of you because of the participation and your enthusiasm. So thank you so much for paying attention and for being so attentive. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for the interactive session. I appreciate your cooperation till the talk is over. Thank you, Ishma ma'am and Abhishek Gupta sir. Thank you so much. I hope all of you had the quiz session and we were enjoying definitely there. Thank you. Thank you so much. This is a small token of love from all of us. Please receive, ma'am. Tomorrow the session starts by 9:30. I request all of you to be present here by 9:15. Thank you. Thank you so much. You can carry on. Thank you.